Hello and welcome to your Ouija hour. No, sorry, not your Ouija hour. GhostÉire channel, and this is the Halloween Extravaganza. My name's Anthony Kerrigan,
My name is Sinead Houlihan.
and welcome. We are GhostÉire, and tonight we have some well-known guests in the paranormal field of Ireland and worldwide. We have Jenny Sullivan from Emerald Owl Paranormal Researchers. We also have Anne Massey from Irish Paranormal Investigations. We also have Mary Nolan from Back in Time Paranormal Investigators. We have Bridget Orla and Joanne from Seekers of the Afterlife. And we also have Rosemary Fahy from Pucker Paranormal and Sarah Chomasio from Living Life in Full Spectrum. And
So,
Sinead, how you doing? Happy Halloween.
happy Halloween! Yeah, just tons of or fireworks going off out the door at the moment. So it's like the Wild West outside. But yeah, we have a whole 5 hours coming up tonight. So yeah, just stay tuned. I mean, we're in it for a long time. This will be the longest one we've done, I think.
Yeah, yeah. This could be a night of chaos, or it could be
Yeah,
absolutely
who
great,
knows?
or it could be just chaos. So
But
this
happy
is
Halloween! Yeah,
happy Halloween, folks.
veil is thin.
We're also getting fireworks outside our house tonight. There,
Yeah, people have
which
just lost the plot. I think people have it's just chaos. People have just really, really taken off. Yeah, with the fireworks this year.
but I'd just like to say a few shouts out before we're gonna inform you some important news for us at GhostÉire. So I'm gonna, if you stay tuned there, we'll have the first guest coming up soon, Jenny there. Um, First of all, Lane Moore Floyd of County Antrim Paranormal Research Association says hello.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello. We also have Lisa English. Hi, Lisa, saying
Hi,
hello.
Lisa.
Hi, Lisa. Jeremiah Omani. Hi, Jeremiah. How you doing? Hope you're keeping good. Kay Kaminsky says hi. Hi, Kay. How you doing? Happy
Hey,
Halloween to
happy
everyone.
Halloween.
Lorraine Hearn says happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Guys, happy Hallow Eves, guys. That's proper. That's how we
Yes.
properly say it. There you
Yeah,
are.
the original. The
The
original.
original way.
OG. Yeah.
Irene G. Smith says, hi, guys. How you doing? I'll come back to your shout outs. First of all, Sinead, well, I'll just say this, Gary as well. Gary says, happy Halloween to everyone. Gary from Ghost Searchers on. Hi, Gary. I know we were just talking about
Gary.
fireworks and we're just hearing fireworks. I'm in Killarney and Sinead's in Dublin, hearing fireworks ourselves. If you'd like just to say, Sinead, how people can contact us this evening.
Yeah, well, absolutely. You can contact us on this page as per usual. Roll up your questions, what you're doing for tonight. What have you dressed up? Whatever you were, anything at all. We're open to any suggestions from anybody. You can contact us also on ghost_era66 at yahoo.com if you want to keep it a little bit more private, or ghostera.net, and you can fill out the contact page there and send us a message through that as well. But we'd love to hear from you tonight on our Halloween show. Let us know what you're up to. Are you watching any spooky movies? Perhaps you're doing something a little bit different than other than watching this. Maybe watching this on the side and doing something else. Or if you any question you'd like to put forward to us, please do. We're here for a couple of hours anyway. We have so many guests coming on tonight. It's going to be a very, very exciting show for us all.
Hopefully not a couple of hours, hopefully 5 hours there.
5 hours. Five
um,
hours, yeah.
so just like to say, like if you following the page or following ourselves, Ghost Era, we did have a book out. The first book out, The Rising of Haunted Island, was published in 2016. Now the news is we'll be following up the book. The second book is going to be out next year, so hopefully around summer next year. And to reveal it, I'm going to show the front cover and the title. So following up to the Rising of Haunted Island, which kind of finishes at Blarney Castle, it follows on to Blarney Castle, and this is the front cover of the second book. Now, it's called Drowned Out Voices. It follows on with on from Blarney Castle, and it's including 13 other locations we have investigated in the past, and it has the same format as the previous book, and we will include a DVD as well, and we will hopefully have it out by the summer of next year. So stay tuned for that as well. And it'd be, if something to read maybe for next year. Sorry about this year, but it'll be next year. Okay, so I'm going to see if Jenny's here. I'm going to see if Jenny. Now, this is the first time we do it. We usually have a guest on before we start, so bear with us there. See if Jenny's there. Okay. I don't know. I can see across.
She's probably there. Jenny, can you hear us?
Maybe if Jenny, if you're watching there, can you just come in again there? Just use the same link again. Just use the same link again. It should work again there. So yeah, great guest tonight. Also, was showing the Sinful Exorcism of 2009, a documentary on an exorcism we did back in 2009, which we were novices to, but we'll talk about more on that later on. Also, we have another short film on King's John's Castle, which you investigated this year, early January.
Oh, actually, yeah, this year. Sorry, this year, yeah.
Yeah, you were there, Sinead.
I know, yeah. Just time has gone by really, really quickly. You know, sometimes you just lose track of the years.
True, and so that's a short film, so we're hoping to show that during the night as well. As well, we've got probably another team member, Keen Scannell. We might be able to check in with him live during the night. He's in Muckrasaby in Killarney. So hopefully we'll be able to check in with him through the night there.
A very, very spooky location.
Yeah, very spooky there. Just a few more shouts out. Gary, happy Halloween, Gary. Moira O'Connor says, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween there, Moira.
Happy Halloween.
How you doing? Paul O'Brien says, hi all. I'm switched off the rugby. Paul, don't tell me what the rugby is. I'm hoping to watch it later on, early hours in the morning. Don't say anything, please. I don't know.
And that's just actually going on in the other room. Yeah.
Little sadness. Sure. I don't know. Brian McMahon says, hi guys.
Hey, how's it going?
Mary Nolan from Back in Times, who will be on later, says, hi, happy Halloween Eve.
Happy Halloween.
Just watched Goosebumps. I know the kids were just watching it now. My kids, Stoker and Ebony.
God, yeah.
Oh, they've gone to bed now. I told them a ghost story.
The 90s, yeah.
The old way of doing it. That was great. Bridget Burke, who we'll be talking to later from Seekers of the Afterlife. Hi, guys. Laurie Ann C. Laurie Cronin from GhostÉire, our own team member. Hi, guys. Hi, Laurie. Just a thought, new workstation, laptop, no CD, DVD players these days. Strengths and Finder books. I'm back. They have a code you scratched off and get online. Okay. I think that's to do with the book there. Oh, yeah. We'll have a look at that, Paul, as well. I don't know. We'll look back at that comment. Have a worktop, no CD, DVD players these days. Ah, yeah. You're on about this DVD. Yeah, the DVD. I know. Yeah, I suppose it's the only. Yeah, that could be an alternative there, instead of having DVDs with the books. But we'll still see into that as well,
Holograms.
Lorraine says, I won't win the rugby for you, but it's edge of the seat stuff in the lockdown. Hopefully, that's not giving too much away. So, Sinead, just just tell people how they can contact us again there.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Keep coming with those questions. I know there's so many people who've got in contact already, but it's fantastic. Keep on coming with them. And if you want, let us know what you're up to. Maybe you want to suggest something, maybe a spooky movie or something like that, or you have some interesting tales of Halloween gone by. Please let us know. You can also email us as well, of course, which it's a long email address. So if you want to take it down, it's also on our page as well. So it's ghost_era66@yahoo.com. That's the kind of the long-winded way. Or we have a website as well, GhostÉire.net. You can head onto the contact page there, or you can veer off and look at the other really interesting things on that website too, and maybe go down a rabbit hole for an hour or two because there's so much to see on our website. Or of course, stay with us here and take part in the chat amongst each other as well. That would be fantastic. We're all as a community. We're kind of trying to make a little community here, I suppose, for the next 5 hours. So yeah, stay tuned.
So yeah, we've got Jenny up there and
Jenny.
Hi Jenny can you hear me, Jenny? Okay, just 1 second. No worries, Jenny there. Jenny's from Emerald Isle Paranormal Research.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect there, Jenny.
My side, it's every
Hi.
time can you see me? Yeah.
I
Yes.
can see you there. Perfect there, Jenny.
Yeah.
We're just about to move on to the next subject there. So we finished with you. I'll see you later. No
Bye.
joke.
That was
No,
it.
stay on there. So Jenny this is Jenny from Emerald Paranormal Researchers, but are you based in County Louth? Is that true there, Jenny?
Yes, it is. Yes,
Oh, very
Drogheda,
interesting.
County Louth.
And just what Jenny's talking about EVPs and the Millmount Museum. First of all, how did Emerald Paranormal Researchers start off?
Well, I used to be on another team for about 6 years. And when that team finished up, I loved doing investigations, paranormal, everything about it. So I said, I know what to do. I'm going to set up my own. And so I did.
Oh,
So I got a few
brilliant.
people in, spent silly money on equipment that I always had hidden away in the back of the wardrobe. You know, it was always there. And then ran with it. Got the
Fantastic. So,
logo and so on and so on. And that's how Emerald Isle started off.
and how long are you up and running with the team? How long has it been going?
We're coming into about 4 years.
Oh, brilliant, brilliant.
About 4
And
years, yeah.
like whereabouts have you you're from based in Loud, but whereabouts have you gone on any investigations, or do you kind of stay around the local area, or have you ventured out
We travel.
into?
Oh, we venture out.
Yeah.
I think the furthest we've been was to the UK.
Oh, very good, very good.
And to Birmingham, which was a great place. Quiet, but we still went over.
Yes, main thing.
Gosh, been up the north, the south, been to the usual places: Lep Castle, Athenaeum Museum, Redwood Castle. Oh gosh, it's another place I can't remember. But we have ventured out.
Oh, okay,
And,
great.
and what sort of equipment do you use there, Jenny? What sort of equipment? Like you're the EVP.
Well, my favorite.
You're the EVP.
My favorite.
Good
Is
one.
the recorder, voice recorders. Love them.
Yeah,
I
love it
do. I
myself.
love them.
Yeah.
Things like the camcorder and the camera, I do love them. I use the trail camera as well because that will do the work for me. A body cam, which is great because that does the work as well. Videos, cameras, and it's hands free. So yeah, those and other pieces of equipment as well.
And how long
Just
does it?
Fireworks going crazy.
Oh God, yeah, I can hear them there. Whoa!
I have 5 dogs and
Oh, no,
it's loud.
yeah.
my
Yeah, that is
my
loud.
I have 5 dogs and 7 cats. Yeah, so they're all
Wow.
in, and my girls have been told to kind of like calm them down.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's hard now for the next few hours there. I know that we've
Yeah.
been hearing fireworks as well outside. Tell me, how long does it take for the to evaluate a piece of footage yourself there with the like for EVPs or any type of phenomena?
When I start on audio work, I could start about the earlier I start, the earlier I should get to bed. But no, I have woken up many times on my computer table. So it would take about it depends how many recorders I have, about 5 or 6 recorders, and it could take me about 3 days to do one recorder, which is good, and then I go through it again. Then you have to get it up on the page, listen to it time and time again. So I would probably do about 6 hours or 6.5 hours on audio.
Wow,
Per
it's a lot of
recorder.
dedication
Per-
gone in
per
there to
fi-
it.
Per file, per recorder. I could have about 3 or 4 files on one recorder, and it would just keep going and keep going and keep going. So I have.
Jesus, Jenny, is that? I don't know. Are you in the Battle of Athlone or somewhere? Is that?
I'm beside the Battle of the Boyne. I'm still at it.
Is happening.
They're all on Earth today, and they're continuing on the fights.
You can see them. I can see them through the window. I was going to say, what have you What have you learned from listening over to them over the past few years? Like, what have you learned from?
I have learned to be a little bit braver because I'm not, regardless of what I do. I have learned always walk into a place with respect. You know, you're walking in and going hunting ghosts and so on and so on. Just walk in with respect, say hi, and then say goodbye. That's what we do. The longer that I'm doing it, I'm still learning. I'm always still learning. everything, you know, new pieces, the little equipment that you wouldn't even think of, and the less expensive equipment that I have now begun to use.
Hmm.
Because I have a fortune of equipment, but it's the little ones and the cheap ones that I use more.
True. Because it's,
Yeah,
I
I
suppose
definitely use them more.
it's more easier to like you don't be going in with so many cables or equipment as well, having too much or heavy stuff there
Yeah.
as well. Even the lighter, which is more, I suppose, more modern, but even the simpler
Yes, yeah.
stuff is even much better there. I know.
You would hear me coming with all my equipment. You would hear me coming, Jenny and her big wheelie black bag, and I'm wheeling the bag along the pavement, and you'd hear me coming before you'd see me. Here comes Jen.
and
Yeah,
go ahead there, Sinead.
yeah,
Sorry.
it's just with the EVPs. Just tell me, like, you know, your fascination with them. Like, you know, or
Oh
your
my gosh.
exploration into EVPs.
I think it's, for me, it's something I can document. You know, we can be touched or something like that, and you can say it, but you know, you don't have any documentation with it. But for me, with EVPs, I can hear it. If it's an intelligent, even better, and I get an intelligent answer, it's even better, because then I can share it on my page. Um, I think even listening to, when we're kind of sitting around talking and you have somebody else trying to get your attention, I love doing it. I prefer to do that over than video footage.
Yeah, yeah. And when you're listening back to all this, there's so much audio that you have to listen back to. Would
Mm.
you go over it again and then pick out other bits and pieces and you'd
Yes,
hear different things? Yeah, yeah.
I would,
And
because I'd listen to it again with fresh ears,
fresh ears.
and
Yeah,
and things like I didn't hear that the first time around. And
yeah.
then sometimes when I do listen to audio, um, and then I play it back to listen to it, whatever I got in the first place is not there again. Like
That's
I heard
interesting.
it, but then when I go to play it back, it's not there anymore.
True. Yeah. I know.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like I've noticed. Yeah, I've noticed that as well. Listening back on stuff there, I suppose then it depends. Like I've heard stuff, but then I probably wasn't like during the daytime. I probably heard stuff, and then when I come back later, I can hear it, or vice versa. I hear it at night, but I can't hear it during the day. Jesus. I can hear that now, especially
They're
tonight. You're
just
not doing any.
fantastic ambience. It really,
oh
it really
no,
suits
it's
the
here,
scene,
and this
though.
is at the end of my street. It's at the end of my street. This is a cozy fact.
I take it you're not doing any record listening in tonight.
No,
It's coming from
no,
inside the
no,
house. Yeah, yeah.
But
So, like
no.
these the
go
EVPs
ahead,
that
Sinead.
you're hearing, would they be actually full on sentences? We picked them up ourselves. We're just interested to hear from your perspective. Would they be full on
Yeah.
sentences? Do you know even particular words? And have you come up with like some interesting answers over the years?
Oh my gosh, I've had some amazing EVPs. So many that I keep telling people I'm going to send them on, because there was one before when I was in a location. It was in a place called Shane's Castle in County Antrim in the north of Ireland. We had gone on a coffee break and we left the recorders running. So when we came back, you can hear us walking down the tunnels, the gravel and the sand on the ground. And then the EVP, the piece of audio was sent on to me, and it's a female saying, "Here they come, here come the living."
Right.
It was just kind of blew my mind.
Yeah,
Many, like my name being said, well used to that now, and people going, "Oh my God, my name," and I was like, "Oh, again."
yeah,
So well used to that. My gosh, we would have full conversations, but they would be residual.
Hmm.
In like in the Drogheda Museum in Millmount, um, we would have a conversation, but it's not, it's residual.
yeah,
And I'm sitting there and I'm listening to the man and a female having a conversation, and he's telling her, "Promise me you won't do this," and she's probably given out to him saying, "I won't." And I think her name was Margaret, but we're always asking for Margaret. But oh gosh, you would hear again in museum in Millmount, you would hear women fighting. The language, my God, they overtake me for the language of what they were calling each other. And then you'd hear one of the women crying. So it was
Right.
like they were having an argument.
I'm, go- I'm going.
And
I'm going to ask you a bit about the Mel Mountain in a
yeah,
minute about something that's similar to that question. But would you advise people like the public that are watching tonight? Would you advise them to delve into the sort of using a recorder and call out? Would
yes,
you? Yeah.
I would for sure. That definitely. It's something that you can document.
Mm.
And I'm all into that. You know, I do appreciate personal experiences and so on. Um, This is driving me crazy. I do appreciate personal experience and so on, but I love the documentation of it.
And with
Yeah, I find it very exciting myself, actually, just to hear it back, and then you kind of get a bit of a sense of a buzz, when you hear
Yeah,
this voice,
I
these
do.
voices come through that you don't hear anything while you're there. I find that really fascinating.
It's brilliant. Yeah, I love it. Oh my gosh, I do love it.
Yeah.
And do you reckon you have some of them have an alternative way of communication, like a different way of using their vocal cords?
Sorry, say that again.
Would you reckon these spirits as well, say if they can't talk, they have an alternative way of communication besides talking?
Yes.
True.
Yeah, they would, get close to you, touch you, turn the lights on and off, things like that we've had happen in Millmount. Yeah, there's anything else like, but apart from vocally, yeah.
So
Then
yeah,
Alan, I'm just saying, Alan Gary is saying hi. He's
yeah.
the chairperson of Millmount. He's the one who I investigate with in Millmount.
Oh God, we got another
Alan.
host. You're worse than Gary Waters there. I'm coming to the shout outs now, folks.
Yeah.
So Paul Vine says, Marty Blinky O'Neill, I think from Ghost Searchers Island as well, it says, he says, has the stream froze, or is it just me? I hope it's still going live. I'm sorry.
Oh, still, yeah.
I think we're
going.
good. Paul O'Brien says, Jenny, hiya. Paul O'Brien says,
hi, Paul.
And Marty's come back and says, hi, hey, Jenny.
Hey, Marty.
Michelle Connolly from Back in Time Paranormal Investigators says, hi, guys. Have a great show. Thank you, Michelle. Lane wants to know, what's your scariest EVP that you've heard and where was it?
Oh, to say it was scary, it did make me think a little bit. It was in Lep Castle.
Okay.
And it was in a particular room in the castle, and we were using the COTIS box. So it was another team's COTIS box, but we used it to see if I wanted to purchase one. Okay. And so we had it on and we're asking questions. We heard not a lot. But when I came back and did audio work, I have a mail saying, I know you.
All right.
So, and it is an intelligent, and it could be apparently the male that is with me all the time.
And I suppose as well, it's a shame if that might sound bad as well. Like it's a deep voice and it's kind of croaky voice there. But sometimes it depends. That's the only way they can interpret it and get it out. Would you feel that as well?
So, say that again. Sorry.
Would you feel that it's not just the way they pronounce the word or the way they interpret the word yourself? Is it sometimes you won't feel it to be scary, but you just have to examine it in a way that's the only way they can talk. If it was a deep croaky voice.
That's true, because they're coming through. They're coming through these devices, so they have to use any way, shape, or form. They could be very croaky, like you said, very croaky. Some of them are very clear, like the one I had from the COTIS box, which we didn't hear at the time, but we heard it on the recorder. Which every time I use the spirit box, I always have a recorder on with it, because it will pick up something that we won't. Okay. So this male voice coming through was clear, very clear. You can hear the white noise in the background, but the voice coming through, I kind of like 2 o'clock in the morning again as usual, and I'm mailing the team saying, wake up, listen to this. And of course they all ignore me. They're well used to me now. They ignore me until the next morning.
Could you tell me a little bit about like the Millmount Museum? Like what exactly is that, or where is it?
The Millmount Museum, Marty, what happened to your face? I had a fight.
I just come to the questions first, and we'll come on to the Millmount there. I'll come on to that. Marty from Ghost Searchers Island says, Jenny, what happened to your face? Paul O'Brien says, does anyone still go for 35mm camera or smartphone new apps not mentioned here? I think that's to do with taking pictures. Would you use smartphones, Jenny?
To use on an investigation? No. Yeah. If I'm doing a live, yes, of course. If I'm going to take pictures, but not to just take pictures of the location I'm on, because it's easier to put up on the page. I would use my night vision cameras and camcorder, but I would just use my phone for just to take regular pictures of the location I'm on, but I wouldn't use it for work. Yeah.
And yeah, because we got Sarah Chomasio was on later. She was talking about photography. So if you stay tuned there later,
Oh, I will. Yeah.
they might have more information there. Yeah. So Alan Gary, Alan's. Does he work with you at the Millmount? He's part of the team.
Alan used to work in Millmount. He is now the chairperson of Millmount. And we always investigate together in Millmount. Yeah.
And hi, Alan. How you doing? Happy Halloween. Mags Kane has put on a question. My dad passed away 10 weeks ago, and my PC screen was flashing on and off last night in my living room. Wouldn't it be so weird if it wasn't completely broken? Found it very comforting. Oh, that's good. Well, as long as what do you think about that, Jenny? Would you?
Would it be her dad that?
Yeah, I suppose? Yeah, would it be your dad making that happen, or do you reckon?
It's a possibility. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. I find signs in everything. You know.
True.
Yeah, I'd find signs in everything, so it would be a possibility. Yeah, for him just to. And if anything else continues like that, well, then I would. If it doesn't happen again, I would have put it down to a sign.
What do you reckon about that, Sinead? Or
Yeah, I'd actually probably think it could be. Especially like if it just happened that one time, and I don't know. I like as Jenny says as well. Like if it does happen again, perhaps just see maybe there's other signs that could be going around as well. Different lights, perhaps lights blinking a little bit. Just I think sometimes things can come true in technology. I've had radios here turn on by themselves, the volumes go up and down. I mean, none that was going on here, and no strange happenings ever after that again. Just I'd possibly say I would say yes personally. Yeah.
As like you're used to as well, Jenny, with the radios as well, and like ourselves, the spirit boxes, the ITC, the transmission communication. That spirits can come in different ways, and it might be your PC, it could be your radio, it could be your food blender. It could be any sort. It could be anything. It could be appearing on Netflix. I don't know, but they do make the ways of communicating. Usually, take the energy away from some certain devices. I know it from night vision cameras as well. We've had in the past there as well. There, Lorraine says, "Oh well, you're." Oh well, thank you for your incredible answer. Absolutely, your interview show so far. You guys look fab. And that's you too. Not to me. So whilst Jenny's celebrating there, I'm just going to go on with the fireworks. So I know I'm sorry.
I know, I'm putting on a show for you.
I know you are. You're definitely doing a show, yeah. So we're going to talk about the Millmount Museum, and this is in County Louth there. And Jenny, tell us about the history, a bit about the history, a bit about the history of the location.
Well, the history, no, gosh, Alan will kill me if I mess this up, and because I always go for the investigation, and because I love it so much. But oh my gosh, I wish Alan was here. Alan, come on. The history is, well, what I know of it is where Oliver Cromwell had came and attacked Drogheda. So the fort, the Martello Tower, I feel like I'm shouting because it's the noise in the background. It was Oliver Cromwell had, knocked it down and so on and killed. Gosh, it's a place in Drogheda called Scarlet Street, and that was because all the blood ran down.
Yeah.
And so on. And Alan will kill me if I don't know all of it.
Oh, that was it. I know that was
okay.
the Irish conquest of Ireland. Cromwell came over and he took.
Yes.
He came over. He took Kilkenny as well and Drogheda. Then he made his way from up to Limerick. Was it? And is there like how often? Like you've mentioned it just before there, but how often do you investigate the Millmount?
I have been doing it for about 4 or 5 years. And we would do it, at least once a month. we would do it.
Wow.
Yeah, we
That's
do it
it.
once. It's literally 5 minutes from my house. I could walk to it. It's on
Yes,
my
indeed.
doorstep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go for coffee in town and you see the big, what we used to
Yes,
call it at the
head
time, the
in
coffee
there.
broker. It is right on our doorstep, and it's a great place. I used to go to it when I was a child, and
Yeah.
I used to go to it when I was a child, and little did I know then what I know now.
Okay.
And do you find that every time you go to it, you have something new that pops up, or does it
Yes,
expand, or yeah,
it expands. We
yeah.
were there, myself and Alan were there about 3 weeks ago, and that's my dog in the background. No, I'm sorry.
I think we've just lost
What
the
else is
picture there, Jenny. I
what
think
else
we've just lost the picture there.
Yeah,
You just probably come back in again, probably.
will I come out and come back in?
Yeah, if you want to,
Okay.
there. Just saying,
Yeah. Okay, I'll try it now. I'll come out now and I'll go back in.
no worries.
How am I getting out of this? Okay. Let me see.
All right, there. Well, we can continue speaking if you want. That's fine. We can still hear you. You okay, Jenny?
The fireworks have taken her.
In the fireworks
off.
there. Now, Jenny's in Drogheda, there's County Louth there. So as you can see, there's loads of fireworks happening.
Firework capital of Ireland.
And it's kind of it's dramatic there. Like we do have like one person that's supposed to be out and about this evening. He's coming in after 9:30, Keen Scanner, one
Yeah,
of the
Keen
team
from our
members.
team
And he's
should be down in Muckross Abbey,
should be
around
down
that
at
area.
Muckross Abbey there. We'll just come to okay, I think okay. Okay, if we're okay. So Sinead, can you just tell people how they can contact us as well?
Yeah, just on our page, keep going with those questions or whatever you're up to. If you want to ask whoever's on at the moment or whoever's on next or throughout the night, you can ask them a question. Feel free to ask them anything. Or what are you up to yourself this weekend? What day is it? It's Saturday, right? It's Sunday. It's Saturday, yeah.
Sunday.
Good days, yeah. So if you're up to anything fun and spooky tomorrow, let us know. Since we're all in a kind of a lockdown situation, how are you keeping yourself occupied even? Like that'll be kind of, we'd like to hear that as well. Or if you have any questions for any of us or any members of our team, feel free to put a question forward. Also, you can if you want to privately message us, I'm sure Auntie will get back to you as soon as possible as well. To our email address, which is ghost_era66@yahoo.com. So you can email there and also head on to our website. Have a little gander around our website as well. See all the different I was to say objects, but different experiments we use and all the different variations of gadgets and gizmos and old ways of divination, all on our website there. So just keep with us for the next 4 hours, and hopefully we'll still be alive by then.
Paul O'Brien says, laugh out loud. I know that's the story with live interviews. Now we don't know if Sinead, if Jenny can come back on. Hopefully she can do there. We'll try and get
it's like,
on.
now you see me, now you don't.
That's
it.
So first of all, we'll try and get Jenny back on. Sinead, can you read us a little story for Halloween? This is a little short story. Sinead can write. Can you do that?
I have something here that I could read out. It's kind of like it's a town called Farnham. It's in England, and it is renowned as the most haunted town in the UK. Has over 60 reports of ghost sightings from locals and historians and visitors. And this is about it here. I'll read out a little bit about it. If you have been to Farnham, England, let me know as well. If you haven't, go there. It's very haunted. Anyway, and so it's a historic and picturesque town with a castle that still dominates the town on top of a hill. Now, it is the gateway to the Great Norman Keep, built by King Stephen's brother, Henry of Blois, who became Bishop of Winchester in 1129. So enough of the details, I'll cut to the chase. Okay, so the castle at the moment has a ghost monk in the Great Hall and ghostly clangs of a non-existent bell in the Fox Tower, where the ghost of Bishop Morley has been seen and heard. He restored the castle after the restoration of Charles II and lived for years in a small cell-like room in Fox Tower where he slept in a coffin, which is kind of strange, but he did. The bishop slept in a coffin there. There is also a phantom dancing girl on the stairway outside of the Great Hall. A grey-robed silent figure haunts another of the stairways on sunny afternoons. Unexplained footsteps appear to traverse the older parts of the castle, and also a shape crouches in the corner of one of the bedrooms. There's been many murders that have happened as well, and it has been known as one of the most active theatres and dressing rooms for performers in the whole of the UK. Not only that, but the parish church there, the bells ring by themselves every so often. Some say it happens twice a month, which is kind of spooky as well. Several ghosts haunt this castle, and it says the sound of Latin chanting apparently emanating from the nave has been reported quite recently, as well as 50 years ago, by a Second World War fire watcher. In 1960, a visitor alone in the church felt that the building was suddenly full of people.
Okay, Sinead, sorry about that story of live interesting news coming up there, and suddenly we have somebody down at Mucker's Abbey there.
Oh, okay. What's all this about? It's a surprise.
Can you hear me?
Oh, fuck it. Wait 1 second.
I hope all the kids have gone to bed, folks. We've got a GhostÉire team member who's currently in a black box at the moment there.
He's in a black box in Muckross Abbey. Hiding.
Is camera not working? Oh yeah, 1 second. Just let me get into a bit of light.
Okay, we'll come back to Keen in a minute.
Give me 1 second.
I'm just gonna carry on there, Sinead.
I know, finish away there, Sinead.
Okay.
So this place, right?
Carry
if you
on
want
there,
to
Sinead.
All right, so this place here, right, is called Farnham, England, one of the most haunted towns in the UK. I would suggest going there because there seems to be ghosts popping out from every single corner and every single building, like going by this. It also happens that in the castle itself, let me see, costumes, stage props. Let me just see. Bear with me 1 moment. I did read about the castle. The Latin chanting. Also, it says there has been nuns seen passing the pews at 6 p.m. on evenings as well. Alongside that, incense is smelt and smoke has been seen as well alongside the church pews. So yeah, that's it. Actually, that is generally it in regards to. Am I coming in clear?
Just refreshing their page there, yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
Am I coming in? This is live TV. Am I back?
I'm back there.
Great, fantastic.
Okay, we're still recording. Jenny, if you're still there, like try again there, and we'll try and get you on for the next few minutes before we go on to the next guest there. Okay. So I think we've lost Keen now. We're in the black box again. Okay, so I just go out, get a few shout outs there before we continue on there. Flynn Pinto. So Flynn's back in Ireland. Flynn, how you doing, Flynn? Anthony, you look gas. Sinead, you haven't had your costume up. I know, Sinead.
This is my costume, you know. That's not my face.
Hey,
it's not my real face.
I think we got Jenny back on, which is great there. Here comes the EVP Queen. 3, 2, 1. Gladiators ready.
Jenny, are you back?
Okay. Anyway, we'll just say hi, Flynn. Anyway, happy Halloween. Glad you're back again there. Irene says, nice, spooky paint, Anton. Where is your Sinead? I know. Okay. Hi, sis. Can you hear me?
I'm back.
Hey, it's all right. It's
Happened.
no problem. It's all you know yourself. It happens with all this kind of stuff there. So we'll just
Technology,
go on.
yeah.
Technology. Go on about the mill mount there.
Right, where did I leave off?
I think it's about
Yes, so you were talking about every time you go there, you have a little bit of different experience and expands each time you head in. So
Yes,
yes, tell me about the spirits that reside there actually.
Okay, well, it used to house families.
Okay.
So so all the rooms upstairs used to be individual families, which is where we heard the females arguing with each other. One was crying, one was using, language and so on. Just different people there. This just happened when I came on.
Oh.
Nothing happened when I was off.
Oh.
It's a Friday the 13th. I'm
very
telling you,
spooky.
It's Friday the 13th. I had trouble with this last night as well. And I feel like I'm shouting again. So so there's like myself and Alan were there about 3 weeks ago, something like that. And he was there 40 minutes before me. And he was mailing me and saying, Jen, there's things happening already. He's getting responses. He set up the camera and so on. We've always asked for the children to come forward, and we'd always get a mail saying no. So we'd bring toys and so on, and we say, well, you let us speak to them and so on. We're parents ourselves, and we would get a figure down in the kitchen area of a small child. And when the last time we were there 3 weeks ago, we're beginning to get the females coming in, intelligent females. So we're persistent. We always got the males, and then the male don't like, you'd hear the males walking up and down the floor, the hallway, which would be carpeted, but the footsteps is on stone. When we get back on the audio, the footsteps would be on stone, and you can hear keys, as if they're locking the doors. Like you can imagine like a big ring with a load of keys on it. So the females are coming through, intelligent females. When I came into the building, when we listen back to audio, you'd hear a female saying, here she comes, because Alan would say, Jenny will be over later. So you'd hear that, and then we'd hear a child. Oh, we actually, we got actually, and now when I'm thinking about it, we got which kind of freaked me out a little bit, a child crying.
Okay.
And there was only myself and Alan in the building that night. We had left a REM pod down in the kitchen area, which is 2 flights of stairs down. And we were up in the coffee room, talking away and letting it do its job. And then Alan would hear the REM pod going off, and I had just put fresh batteries into it. So some of these equipment, I'm kind of still trial and error with me. Do I believe it? Do I not? Is it going to give me what I see it giving other people and so on? And I have to say, it has me thinking of it, give it a chance, because it was great. The REM pod kept going off, just constantly kept going off, on, off. I've never heard it do that before. It's not even a year old, and fresh batteries, and we use it when we're out investigating. So I closed a whole door beside Cromwell stairs because I don't like those stairs, and then the REM pod just stopped. Right. And we're a whole way away from the kitchen, and 2 flights. The stairs are the kitchen's 2 flights down, so we're a good bit away from it. And because the stairs are stone, the sound will travel. So Alan said, if we open the door again, will you sound off the REM pod? And we heard nothing. So we opened the door and the REM pod went off again. Oh, so we're kind of like, okay. And then so we walked, and I have all of this in live. Yeah. So we're walking towards it, and Alan's calling out questions, and you can see me holding onto him, and he's saying he's going down, and I'm like, no, you're not, because he'd leave me behind. So we went downstairs, and I'm asking the questions, and we're getting responses from a REM pod. And I'm kind of like, well, there you go. And I'm in live saying this, well, there you go. And I was so glad. And then the microphone, the tripod, is just a small tripod, and you have the microphone connected to your recorder. That was still standing. but the microphone was taken out of it and
Right.
tilted down. Like you have to push it in.
Jesus.
You have to push it in to get it. And the tripod was standing exactly where it was, but the microphone had been taken out of it. So when we went upstairs, and I never seen Alan scared before. I have seen him once or twice, but this one he was just said, we said we finish up about 1, but again we didn't leave until 4. So when we went through, Alan went through the audio and so on. We did it in the coffee room, and we heard a female saying no, and she says it twice.
Right.
She says it twice, and then the REM pod, it goes blip, and I'm like, this is when it starts. And then the REM pod kept going off. When Alan went through the recordings, and he sent me on some of the recordings, you hear a child crying after this woman had said no, and it's a child's cry. We listen to it time and time again, and trying to, could it be this, could it be that, and so on. And there's nobody around because of lockdown. You hear the child crying because the child was told no. We think it's a little girl.
Okay.
But the female says no twice. And then you see, when we went down to the kitchen and we set everything up again, it stopped going after that. Nothing happened after that. Okay, so we're thinking the child was playing with the REM pod, and then once it got our attention and we went down to the kitchen, the mother was thinking, like, the mother's probably saying, no, look what you've done. And then, and then left, and we got no more after that. But the live that we did was, like to say, it's not pre-recorded. Our hands are off it. This is what you see is what we are saying at the same time. And then we have the audio to go along with it. So yeah, it was just an amazing night. Yeah.
As you were saying there, I suppose it's great that you have to, like an investigator, you have to get into the psyche of what's happening on the other side there as well. You're getting like to what is the interaction between what is happening on the other side there. I'm just ask you one more question there. I don't know if Sinead's got another question before we go on to the other questions from people. Is there any particular anniversaries or any particular historic dates of interest that you do the investigations there on, or any birthdays, or is that a plan? Or
we haven't actually done anything like that. I know, I'm sure Alan can go through the dates and whatnot, as he would know. The dates of I know he was speaking to a woman who moved over. I think they moved over to the UK or America, I'm not too sure, but they came over to Ireland and they visited Millmount, and this lady had said to Alan that she used to live there. Okay. She used to live in Millmount, and I'm like, well, did you get her details, a contact number, so we can get her back over and tell us more about it? Because she used to live there. Oh, I think her family used to live there, but they played out in the courtyard and out in the area. Right. So yeah, there's a dog. There's one behind.
I just go into a few shouts out there. Alan's given a bit of the history there. He says,
oh, here we go. There you go, Alan. Thank you.
Dating back to 1700s. Tower originally built in 1810. Just helping Jen out.
Yeah.
Tower shelled in Civil War, 4th of July 1922. Must do a live stream with Jenny and GhostÉire. Oh, that'd be great. Okay, guys, spirits to be drunk tonight instead of investigating. Have a good show. Happy Halloween from Charter Museum Millmount. Stacey said,
thank you, Alan.
Hi guys, happy Halloween. Happy Halloween, Stacey. I go to Flynn is talking with Mags there. Paul Brown says, hey, back. Yeah, I know we've all Jenny came there. As well, Mags has said, I've seen so many white feathers. I know I've seen so many white feathers, and I'm always been a believer. I had a really bad week missing him, so I think it was a way of telling me he's still with us. Sorry about your mom. And that's to do with Flynn as well. So yes, guys, even if you're feeling lonely or anything, contact. If you're living alone and you're experiencing strange circumstances there as well, contact us or contact one of the guests on the page or those that have been on the past. And we're forward in the area there where to them there. If there's anything you need, majority of the time, I think it's a phone call that helps there. What do you reckon, Jenny?
So, can you hear me? Are you,
Sorry. I'm just going to say sometimes if like people are experiencing stuff in their own house and they're alone and they can't get to anybody, usually
yes.
phone call usually majority of the time instead of a visit to the location. It results.
Yes, absolutely. A phone call. Yeah, for sure. And then we can find out what's happening in the what's happening in you heard this madhouse, what's happening in the house, and and then if we can make to the location, then we would certainly go to it for sure.
So is anything else coming up, Jenny, or do you like to tell people how they can contact yourself or any pages you like to share?
Just my Emerald Isle Paranormal Researchers page. That's the one I would use all the time.
And folks, there we'll hope to have Jenny. Then we'll dedicate over an hour long show next year when we come back in April there to Emerald Isle Paranormal Researchers there. I'd love to have Jenny. It was great talking to you, Jenny.
Oh, you too. Yes. Thank you so much for having me on. Thank you so much. I have to calm this lot down. Tell my neighbour to keep it down, and the one behind me needs a bowl of water.
So many chaos going on behind you there.
It's literally fun. It's actually, I had it here and then it's kind of like dropping right down. It's all going all the way down.
You've got the best prize so far tonight there, Jenny. So I let you go there. I love you lots and all the best.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll still be here watching you.
Oh, nice one.
Right.
Thanks so much, guys. Happy Halloween.
Take care,
Halloween.
Jenny.
Bye.
Happy Halloween.
Thank
Bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Jenny there. So yes,
that's really so interesting actually about all these EVPs, and especially if you go to the one place. I think there's something to be said about that. If you're going to the one place every month, I know Jenny lives right beside it, so I think as well you kind of build a rapport with the other side in that sense. And
we've got Paul O'Brien says, what is the best horror scary series at the moment? For mine is Haunting of Bly House.
It's quite good actually. Yeah, it's quite good. So I saw the first 3 episodes. I watched the first season was really fantastic. The second season, the little girl is sort of annoying me a little bit, but so I've left it there. But it's good. Like I won't say anything else.
Okay, folks. So if you want to just carry on bringing in the comments as well, feel free. We're going on to the next interview. So Sinead, just tell people how they can contact us, please.
Yes, so absolutely. Just contact us at the bottom of this screen and just send us in a message or whatever you want. Just fire away and don't be afraid. And we're here for a couple of hours. Or you can head on and give us an email the old school way. An email, ghost_era66@yahoo.com. Or you can go the more archaic way to the website and go to our contact page there by GhostÉire.net contact page. Write out the form. It's a bit more of a long-winded way. If you're a bit more old school, I would suggest that. But I would actually just more so suggest writing whatever you want for the next couple of hours. It's all free. You can say what you wish, and we're here to receive what you say, so we can say something back. Yeah.
And also, folks, we up on the website, on the home page, you'll see the GhostÉire channel, the red button. If you click on that, you'll see past shows now, and there's nothing really coming up on the future. So at the moment,
there's so much to delve into there. I mean, go down a rabbit hole there with that one. So yeah.
So this next, this is an interview with Anne Massey of Irish Paranormal Investigations. Anne talks about her book Dark Emerald Tales, and also a haunted house mansion in Manhattan, United States of America. It's the Morris Jamel Mansion. So stay tuned, folks. Stay with us. And this is the interview with Anne Massey of Irish Paranormal Investigations. Okay. Hello, folks, and welcome to the GhostÉire channel. Tonight we are joined by Anne Massey of Irish Paranormal Investigations, and tonight's agendas will be talking about her book Dark Emerald Tales, and also a location in the United States of America where the Irish Paranormal Investigations team investigated, a place known as Morris Jamel Mansion. Now, if you have any experiences or you'd like to share your story, feel free to put them on this post. You can go to our website, www.ghostére.net, go to the contact page, fill in the blanks. If you have a private message, just put in brackets private message. Also, you can watch this show and what shows we had in the past up on the GhostÉire channel by just going to our website, pressing the red button, and you'll see what is coming up in the future and what has happened in the past. Hi Anne, how are you doing?
Hi, happy Halloween to you.
Happy Halloween, and I'd just like to say first of all, what is Halloween to you?
I suppose I've always been more fascinated with the Samhain side of Halloween, which is where Halloween comes from. Let's not forget, everyone thinks it's the Americans and the trick-or-treating and the candy corn. And it's not. It had very real roots here in Ireland, and probably in a lot of the Celtic areas, Cornwall, Wales, Scotland, but particularly in Ireland, because it was the darkness coming, the veil thinning between ourselves and the other realm, and lighting fires for protection, for guidance, for surviving a harsh winter. That's where it all stems from. So that's, for me, what Halloween is really about.
And what is it for you personally there? What is your memories of Halloween, maybe as a child, or has it got more popular recently?
Well, it's a funny thing, so you can probably tell from the accent. I spent a good few years in the UK, in Kent, and so a lot of kind of my later sort of, I can vaguely remember sort of 8, 9, 10, the first steps into trick-or-treating, without giving my age away. It wasn't a big thing, particularly in the UK. But for us, it was more ghost stories. We were very fortunate. We grew up in effectively a haunted mansion, an old Victorian mansion in a small town in Kent, and the neighbours would come in, and every Halloween there'd be endless flights of stairs, and there were cellars, really dark, spooky cellars. And what we used to do is take it in turns to stand at the bottom of the entrance to the cellar, and everyone else be at the top telling ghost stories and horror stories. And we used to see who could stay in the cellar the longest.
Oh no!
Without running, which was great fun. So those are the kind of memories for me. It's always been about the stories and the tales rather than the whole knocking on the doors and getting the treats.
True. I myself as well, like I remember, like my father used to tell me stories there about the headless horseman always kept on looking at you. it was scary. It was all the ghost stories, the oral stories. They're so priceless. Then when you learn them when you're growing up, like same with myself. I never really went from door to door. It's only when I got older I did it with the kids, going from door to door trick or treating. But what was your inspiration behind the book, Dark Emerald Tales?
Well, for me, I've never known anything else other than being told folklore tales. I can remember being about 4, mum sitting me by the range and telling me about the banshee. I think everyone gets started with the banshee.
True.
And that's all I've ever really known. And also for me, my family, my mum in particular, when they'd be telling stories of their own experiences, there'd be more accounts, but with an element of telling a tale. Right. And I'm one of these people, I think that every piece of folklore starts with a grain of truth. And that's where I go. I look for the research. I look for the root of it. And that's a fascination for me, watching it unravel, watching it intertwine, how this grain of truth became this fantastical story. And I wanted to be able to relay that to people that perhaps might have had the more plastic version of some of these tales, and for the people that haven't heard them before at all. You talk to the Headless Horseman there, things like the Doulahan, which is terrifying, and obviously the root of all Headless Horseman stories, shall we say. And for me, it was about being able to tell it in a way that would draw people in. Now, I've written fiction, I've published fiction, and they're usually gothic, folklore, horror. But I wanted to get the history element in. I wanted to be able to kind of explain where the stories come from, to kind of explain where they're different in different parts of the country. And hopefully, I think that's what I've done.
Like as you said, like the different parts of the country, like it is like I suppose the Banshee. I've noticed like with some places, like the interest more is in the eastern of the country, like the Pucker was mostly the Midlands, and I suppose the southwest interest there. Is there any types of, like you mentioned monsters in a book and mythology? Is there any types of? Is there many in Ireland?
There are so many, from serpents out at Scattery Island and around that way. The Doulahan, of course, which is the Headless Horseman, who has carries his head as a light going across the country, basically looking for a soul to take. You have the puka you mentioned, which would be very common in kind of Tipperary, Offaly, around there, which for anyone who doesn't know is a shapeshifter. Usually a lot of people would describe it as a dark horse with glowing red eyes, that would take you in the night, and you'd age overnight from your experience. You have even things like everyone thinks of the leprechaun as being this, Darby O'Gill and the Little People, but it's things like the Fardarig, who is the thing of nightmares. He's the Loki of the leprechauns, who will turn your nightmares into a semi-reality, so you're experiencing them, and you could as easily just die of fear from the experience. I think the more I learn and research about creatures and monsters in the Irish realm, the more there are. They're just layers and layers. You have the foxes of Gormanston who come out and howl, for the Gormanston bloodline. There are just endless tales, and Dark Emerald Tales, the first book, is more to, as I said, get people to dip their toe in the water. I start back with the Tuatha De Danann and some parts of the mythology there, the Morrigan, those sort of things, and then moving more into then the folklore creatures, and then into the hauntings, because they all connect. The likes of Duckett's Grove has its own banshee, and it's fantastic. We are so lucky to be where we are.
And like you say, like there's so much, and I was so lucky in this country to, especially like it's a home of Samhain. Is there any particular wait, no, what I'm going to do, Anne, just 1 second. I got a bloody cat there.
I can see.
Just 1 second, I'll chuck him out. Just 1 sec. Is there? So yeah, as you mentioned, Anne, we're so lucky to be in this country. It's the home of Samhain. Is there any particular story that sticks out for you?
In relation to Samhain, or
in relation to mythology, towards what story is your favorite in your book? Is there anything?
I think there'd be two. I think one is the Morrigan, the triple goddess, the goddess of war and bloodshed. Because for what's unusual there is the amount of guises she takes on. And she goes back to the ancient battles of the annals of Ireland, and, you know, seen as a washerwoman, washing bloody clothes of the soldiers, foretelling of loss in battle, through to, you know, looking like a glamorous Amazon, you know, taking the lives of the fallen, and then seeing how that kind of evolves then into the likes of Ornia, and then, you know, into the Banshees from there on. So I think for me, I like the fact that the likes of the Morrigan and similar goddesses, that there's always been a lot of equality and balance with regards to Irish mythology. You know, it's not all male dominated.
No.
So
True.
that I love.
Yeah.
You know, the women have always, going back to the Celtic goddesses and gods and the demigods, there's always been an equality between the two. And for me as well, you can't beat the story of the Doulahan, where you think you're safe inside your house and your fire's glowing, but if he gets a sniff of you, your number's up. It doesn't matter where you are. You know, that kind of one that there's no escaping it. No, that's always fun.
That's probably why I love the paranormal as well, with the stories. You know, that's like the stories of Headless Huntsman. So the stories of the Headless Horseman there are just some of the stories that in Anne's book. There is there anywhere you can purchase the book, or anywhere that people can buy the book there, Anne?
Absolutely. It's published through Buell Athras, which is a Scottish independent printing press. So you can go online to the Buell Athras shop, or you can get it on Amazon. And if you have Kindle Unlimited, you can actually get it for free. So it's a great read for Halloween. It has witches, ghosts, curses. They're all in there. They're all Irish, and definitely for Halloween.
Not the curses. Oh, I know. But and so if you like to purchase your sister, and if you like to go also to Anne's Facebook page, Dark Emerald Tales, and also to the Irish Paranormal Investigations page, you can also check out information there as well. And also, you write for the Spooky Isles as well?
Spooky Isles, yeah. I'm the Ireland editor for Spooky Isles, which is probably, I'd say, it is actually one of the biggest of the genre, particularly as regards to specialising in the British Isles and Ireland. And we cover everything from horror film reviews to, you know, your top 10 haunted hotels in Ireland or the UK, to interviews with paranormal investigators. It's so again, when you're looking for your fix for Halloween, go to spookyisles.com. We also have, if you're looking for ideas, I've written several pieces on the horror music for Halloween, just released one recently actually. They're all there for your playlists for your party at home with your lockdown. So make the most of it. Yep. And
we're all going to move on to the next subject, and it's to do with a place Irish Paranormal Investigations investigated, and it is a location in the United States of America, and it's called Morris Jamel Mansion. Tell me, Anne, what was your first thoughts when you investigated the mansion?
Right, well, we came in now, obviously, being me, I'm fairly anal with research. I always look into things first. So I had this idea in my head, and I'd seen photos, but it's myself and Dominic McElroy were over January just gone, actually, to New York. And we got off at the subway in Washington Heights, and came out, and it was like a London suburb. Do you know, the little shops and strip mall and apartments and stuff. And we're like, where's the mansion? So we followed up the road a little bit, and it was kind of getting darker, still fairly built up. And then we turned this corner, and there was this, in the middle of these houses and an apartment block, was this mansion, a Palladian mansion with federal columns at the front. And we're like, what? And straight away I got goosebumps. I'd be the kind of person, I get vibes at locations big time. And all the spider senses were tingling on this one. And it was insane because I'd read that it had an elevated position.
Right.
And bear in mind, you know, January, it was really dark, and we just found that we were looking down right on top of Manhattan over Yankee Stadium.
Oh, wow.
And you're kind of looking at all of this, and you're turning and looking at this mansion, and it was like you'd stepped through a portal.
Okay. Yeah.
It was so strange. And we met up with Chris Davalos, who was working there at the time, and also a paranormal investigator with Gotham Paranormal at the time. He's since moved south now, but they'd be part of the Taps family, you know, Jason Hawes and so on. And from the moment we stepped inside the door, I knew, myself and Dominic knew it was going to be an interesting night.
And as you said there, it's like it's elevated, it's high up there. And you mentioned like there was like it was just you were just there like another dimension. It just suddenly appeared out of nowhere.
Yep.
Apparently, like it served as a base for both sides during the American Revolution. Did you feel any like opposing conflict inside the building in the spiritual?
It's a funny. It's a funny location. It was actually built by a colonel from Yorkshire.
Okay.
And him and his wife had it as a summer home, and that goes back to the 1760s. And then I think it was 1776 there and thereabouts. Washington, actually, because of its elevation, and with the ongoing battles from White Plains and all around, he actually used it as his headquarters.
Okay.
So already it was building up this masculine feel. And then Stephen Jamel and his wife Eliza took over the property. And it's interesting because of her background, because she'd had a tough upbringing, she got herself into business, she was very independent. And that contributed to the masculine energy within the property.
Okay.
And she then went on to have, she was married to Aaron Burr, who was the vice president, who was also resident in the property. He actually had killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel. I don't, you know, you've seen the Hamilton musical and everything come up. It's that story. And a lot of that musical was actually filmed in the Maurice Jamel mansion. So the first thing with everything going on is you did feel this overwhelming masculine energy, and in some parts of it did weigh very heavy, particularly upstairs. But what was interesting, when you first go in, there's a portrait of Eliza Jamel and her grandchildren.
Okay.
So a boy and a girl when they were younger, and straight away I was drawn to this portrait. And I was taking a portrait photo using my iPhone, and whatever was happening, it wouldn't recognise the boy in the picture.
Oh, right, that's interesting.
And I don't think anything of it. I was like, right, okay, took a few snaps. Then went, because Chris and Dominic were talking through the electrical side of things. And I just happened to mention that this particular picture, I wasn't able to get a recognition of the boy and the grandson. And Chris explained to me that, funnily enough, he'd had a massive falling out with Eliza Jumel.
Right.
Basically, a gold digging woman had got his attention, and Eliza, having come from nothing, didn't want to see the money go and said, right, you need to choose between being in my will or this woman. And he chose the woman. And apparently what used to happen is when visitors came, she would hang a cloth over the portrait and cover him.
Oh, all right. Jesus.
And then the next thing, because the boys were going around doing base readings for K2s, with the K2s and EMFs and stuff. And it's a big portrait. Nothing much was going on the portrait itself. But as soon as it came to the boy, it went bananas. The equipment just went crazy. And that was before we'd even started investigating.
That's like a Ghostbusters moment.
Yeah.
The man in the portrait, but it's good when you get the sort of the pattern of what you were getting there, like the sense of the feeling and the EMF and the picture as well, and the research afterwards. There.
That's the thing, to have an experience and then have it validated afterwards, rather than it being some kind of subliminal thing within you that's triggering. It was a good experience, I have to say.
And you mentioned that before there, like the how the building looked, the columns and all that. Is there any sort of different? Has it got any different types of architecture or rooms, hidden rooms, or any different?
It's a lot larger than you would imagine for the area. It was designed to be an entertaining property. So when you walk in, you have this big hall that goes straight into what they call the octagon room, because it's 8-sided, and that's where they would have parties and stuff. The dining room was the first room we actually properly investigated, and that had Aaron Burr's desk in it, and there'd been some indentured servants and stuff working in the property as well. And in fact, one of them, who's sadly, a name escapes me now, but the book 12 Years a Slave was written about her husband. Okay. And Eliza Jumel had actually allowed her to work there and to help her until such time as her husband got his freedom. And so these energies, they're all knocking about, and again, it was very masculine, because after the kind of mansion era, it actually became an inn for people. There was a major roadway going up to Albany and along that way up to Saratoga Springs. So there'd be, the postal travellers that would all be stopping there. You'd have, it's right on the Hudson. So you would have, your fishermen, people coming off the boats, making use of it. And the dining room would actually have been a kind of tap room. And all these different energies, you could feel them when we were questioning the equipment was going off. We were getting the responses. But overall, it was still very heavily masculine. And I found I was getting a lot of the responses, probably because I was the only female in the room. And the feeling I was getting was that Eliza Jumel would be one to be just looking and watching and making sure we weren't touching stuff, because she has been seen there as a full apparition on more than one occasion. Start going back to the 60s, actually, school children going to visit told the caretaker opening up for them that they'd been told off by this woman on the balcony, telling them to be quiet. And he said, "There's nobody here, you're being ridiculous." And they were going in, and there's a portrait of her hung on the stairs, and they pointed all excitedly, said, "That was her, that was the woman that was shouting at us." So, and you could kind of feel she was there. And as it happens, Chris told her, make sure she'd look to see that people weren't taking her silver and so on. And so that's what we felt, that she was watching but not participating. But then when we went upstairs, it was a different ball game, because Stephen Jamel, Eliza's first husband, we were in the bedroom where he actually died.
Okay.
And it was also where Aaron Burr had been. There were separate rooms then. It was just the done thing. You know, the gentleman had his bedroom, Eliza Jamel had her own room. And there was a chair there. You can imagine going back to kind of like the 1800s. And I got to sit in it. And as soon as I sat in it, it was like, I should not be sitting in this chair. I'm going to be in bother, and the equipment was going crazy. We had shadow figure going across the room.
Wow.
On the bed where Stephen Jamel had actually died from a stomach injury.
Okay.
We had one of our sensors in the middle of the bed. And I wouldn't be the quietest person, and we were just talking and joking about something, and I yelled out the word stomach, and the sensors were just going crazy. It was like he was lying in the bed, and just the shock of it had got him going. It was quite intense, actually. I have to say that room had a very dark energy to it that I wasn't kind of sorry to leave behind. While you could feel the firmness and the masculinity of the dining room, the likes of the octagon room, the kitchen felt like the heart of the home below stairs. That was fine, but that bedroom, that had a lot of dark energy. It was I didn't, let's put it this way, when I walked out of it, I didn't look behind me.
No. So that was going on to the next question. Would you visit it again? Would you recommend people?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Oh yeah. It's one of those places, you know, something different would happen every time. I think it'd be more interesting to try and visit it in a more summer months, because it was a holiday home.
Okay, yeah.
So some of the energies may come around those times. But again, the whole area, because the apartments that are actually overlooking it, you had the likes of Duke Ellington living in it. Okay. You know, so the whole area has got stories to tell. And it doesn't matter how long you spend in New York, there's always more. I mean, last year we done the abandoned hospital at Ellis Island.
Oh, wow.
That was special. And again, there just wasn't enough time. So, you know, when all this crazy is over, hopefully, and we can start crossing the Atlantic, can't wait to go back. Although we have a very good friend of mine, Bridget, she's been on Ghost Nation. Okay. She's Gettysburg. Oh, so wow. That's top of our agenda for next year. And another friend of ours, Jimmy Petaniso, he's Connecticut. So,
so
very much looking forward to getting back.
And so if anybody wants to follow yourself there, like Irish Paranormal Investigations is the page to follow.
If you actually go to my website, which is darkemeraldmedia.com, everything I kind of do is there. So whether it's Dark Emerald Tales, Dark Emerald Travels, which focuses more on my adventures in America, and some of the fiction stuff that I've done, the voiceover acting I've done for some creepy horror stuff and everything, is all on that page, and it's got links to Irish Paranormal Investigations and everything. So darkemeraldmedia.com.
And so there you go, folks. If you like to follow up on that, just follow the links which Anna just put forward. We'll also put a couple of links down on this page as well over the next few days as well. And thank you for talking to us there. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. It's been great fun.
And everyone else there, keep on watching there, and we'll have another guest coming up in a few moments. So see you in a minute. Hello and welcome back. Welcome to the Halloween Extravaganza. And that was Anne Massey from Irish Paranormal Investigations. And she was talking about a book, The Dark Emerald Tales and The Haunted Mansion in Manhattan, the Morris Jamel Mansion. Now, in between the footage there, we've had Kean Scannell in and out there. He's still stuck down at the Abbey there. But Kean, if you're around there, stay down there. He's out and about in the Abbey. Now, our next guest is from Back in Time Paranormal Investigations, and her name is Mary Nolan.
Hello, Mary.
Hi guys, I
Yes.
actually can't hear you, so
How
I'm
you
going to
doing?
have to take off the headset. Will I?
No. Well, if you can you hear me?
Right now.
Can you hear me? Just 1 second. Can you hear me now? Yeah, 1 second. I'm just going to refresh. I'm just going to refresh the page there, folks. So just 1 second. Can you hear me now there, Mary? Can you hear me now, Mary? Testing 1 2 1 2.
1, 2.
Can you hear us now, Mary? Okay, we're probably having trouble there with Mary. If you just 1 second there, I'll just refresh the page again. Maybe if you can come in and come out, if you can hear us there, Mary. 1 second. Sinead, if you can tell us then another story.
Oh God, okay, where am I going to go?
Another story, just 1 second there.
So
folks, if you like to come in it, keep your comments coming in. I'll just sort out that. 1 second.
Technical difficulties, right? Yeah. Okay, so let's kick it off. Let's kick back into more haunted villages of England. And next up we have York. Actually, I've heard that was kind of a creepy place to be anyway. So we have the most haunted city in Europe is actually known as York in England, and it is claimed to be Britain's most haunted town. Bear with me. I'm the same as Anthony as well. When things go a little bit skew ways. Okay, right. If anybody has actually been to York, let me know. I have heard there's very, very eerie locations and buildings and castles around that area. But here, I'll just delve into a little bit of it about it here in the book. So yeah, the most remarkable and famous ghost story associated with the House of York was related to Harry Marrendale, later a policeman, but a plumber's apprentice in 1953 when he worked in the cellars of the treasurer's house, helping to install central heating. One morning, as he stood on a short ladder, he suddenly heard the sound of a trumpet. A moment later, he heard the sound again, but nearer, and then again louder and closer. The next minute, he saw the figure of a horse come through the wall, huge and lumbering, carrying a man on its back.
We just have Kean Scannell. I think he's live from a haunted abbey. Kean, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kean?
The spirits have got him.
The spirits have got Kean there. He's still in the black box there. Anyway, we'll just see if we can get Mary back again there. And Mary's from Back in Time Paranormal Investigations. Hopefully this should work now.
I can hear you.
1 2 1 2.
I can hear you.
Hey,
Oh,
can you hear me?
I can hear
you now.
The sense of joy when that happens.
Oh, that's the perfect thing.
Phew.
So Mary's Back in Time Paranormal Investigations, and
I love
Mary,
the background.
tell me, we're talking about an epic, the background is amazing. Is that a jester? I'm not too sure.
It is.
Fantastic.
There's just loads of stuff going on, but that's you know me. I just love the theatrics of it all. So hey.
I was going to ask you there, first of all, because you're an empath there. Tell us, what is an empath and what it means for you?
Oh, for me, It's actually somebody who's got a little bit of intuitive ability. I'm going to pair it right back to the beginning. When I was a child, my parents said that the weird one in the family, I would often be talking to people who weren't actually there. I don't remember this because obviously it happened when I was a child, and um, and would get upset, and would there be often emotional attachment to things that they actually didn't understand. They couldn't see it themselves. They didn't get it, but that feeling was there. And then obviously you go to school, and sometimes these abilities they get lost. And what happened for me was when I started working as a tour guide in Loftus Hall, I started to find myself sensing and feeling almost like the history of the house. I suppose you could call it a geomantic empath. That's what they do. They are connected to, more sensitive to the history, to blood being spilt, the joy, all that kind of thing. I didn't know what that was back then, but I could feel these things within the house because, as you can imagine, a place like that has serious history. Like an onion, it's layered, So, and I was picking up on all these different feelings. And then I would start to pick up on names, and I just thought, whoa, this is a bit strange. Like somebody was talking to me, but obviously it was something that was reignited when I went back to work in this epic building. But I would, you know, sometimes smell things, you know, um,
Okay.
not like someone with BO standing 2 feet away from me in the tour, but it would be more like someone had smoking a cigarette in the room and there mightn't be anybody in there, or smell
Right.
of roses, or, so unusual things. Now, I wouldn't have a full ability of that, but mine would be more like, clairsentient, feeling the spirit. And
Mm.
sometimes I pick up on the name. So I don't know where the gift came from. It's just, I suppose it's always been there. And the beauty of it is when I go to any location, no, it's not something on cue. It's not like a one trick pony. Um, it could take me ages to connect with something, but it
Mm.
just overcomes you. It really does. I think a lot of people actually have that gift, but they just choose to ignore it. You'll get a lot of people who go on a location with us, and they feel very sad in a
Mm.
room, or they
Yeah.
might be overcome with something. So I think a lot of us actually have it without realizing.
Like yourself, Sinead, like you feel the physical stuff, and we
Yeah,
have a team member called Laurie who's probably similar to what you're saying now, an
yeah,
empath,
she
and
really
her
does feel.
emotion changes as she can be happy and then suddenly go sad, or sad go happy, or she has a certain sort of emotion. She could be excited or reverted there. Is there anything? Is it different from the physical to the mental? Do you feel mentally stuff? As you said, you can feel the energies like traumatic times, like.
Yes. And obviously, the more locations I go to, um,
Mm.
the different experiences I pick up on. Sometimes you can actually feel a little bit of the pain as well. I've often felt like maybe someone had been stabbed somewhere, and I get a pain like in the shoulder, or it's very hard to just describe it, because it's a feeling. But
Yeah.
the beauty of the team, though, I mean, obviously back in time, we're old school. We would use tech, but a lot of our methods are very old fashioned, in the sense that that's the way we like to do things. And often when I can concur my evidence with the dowsing rods, it's great, especially with a name or something like
Yeah.
that. But um, for me, like the whole feeling, or going on a location, it's pivotal, because sometimes it can flow from that one episode that I've picked up on. I might have got a name, and the whole story unfolds as you go along. It's like a storybook, a big jigsaw puzzle, you
Yeah.
could say. I'll get names, I might
True.
get dates, it's just, and it's all through the feelings that I'm getting. And it's great. It's absolutely brilliant. I love it.
And do you
And
get
is there-
this like? Does it affect? Sorry, you go ahead, Sinead.
No, like,
You
is
go
there
ahead,
a way
Sinead.
that, like, you have enhanced this, like, ability throughout the years? I know a lot of people have, they would say I have empathy, but to enhance it to another level, nearly to a sixth sense.
At the moment during COVID, I find that it's kind of quietened down a little bit because I feel that I haven't been able to fine tune it since I haven't been on locations. But I found really up until we were in COVID, it just felt that I was picking up on more and more things. I suppose opening up is the big thing, and relaxing and just letting that energy flow, and just being in touch with it. Now, I'm sure there is a school for, furthering the skill and being in touch with your spirit guide a little bit more. I haven't explored that yet, but at the moment, I find I'm just finding my feet. Really, I'm only kind of getting in tune with this the last 3 to 4 years. So I suppose I'm only a fledgling, really.
And as you said there, it's no. I was going to ask that. Does it affect you in your daily life? Like, would it like if you, or is it, as you said, you feel it when you go on an investigation? Would you feel it now of a person there, even off a family member now? Would you?
Sometimes, yeah. I can't say where I work, but where I work, customers, I see them on a daily basis. And on the odd occasion, I have been sat there dealing with this customer, and I can feel that they've brought someone with them. There's somebody attached to them, and I'd love to say, "Hey, do you know your Uncle Joe is here?" But I couldn't do that because I'd be, out the gaff in a minute. Um, but sometimes the presence makes themselves so strong and so obvious. Um, you just feel like you'd love to say, "Hi, I know you're there," but I can't actually say anything to the customer. I can find myself in trouble. It might not be anybody they want to have with them, so that's the other side of it. But yeah, it
It's
can
pretty
sometimes.
fascinating. Yeah,
It is, yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
For you to even,
And
like,
is there
just
any particular
go
places
ahead.
like? Sorry, go ahead, Sinead.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, just like, yeah, I also, like,
Go
even
on, Sinead.
reiterate
Sorry.
what Anthony says, like, in relation to any particular places, I suppose, like, where you're picking up things more readily than others, or even for instance, actually going on that in just in daily life.
The funny thing is, only recently, before we went into full lockdown, I was actually sat in a coffee shop, O'Brien's coffee shop, on my own, waiting for my daughter to pick me up. And I was just sitting there, and there was nobody sat next to me, but I was really aware of this really sad spirit that was just could have meandered in. I don't know. It was obviously with somebody. Um, and I felt like I really wanted to say something. But I'm sitting in a coffee shop on my own. They probably thought she's a bit strange. So it can happen at any time. There's no set rules with this. It's just a given. And then there's times when I mightn't necessarily pick up on things. I described it to the team members because they're always just kind of, how do you do this? I don't know. It's like I saw on Facebook recently, NASA had put up what a sound of a star is. And it's
Okay.
it's amazing. So for me, it's like tuning in on a wavelength, and there's like so many scrambling to be heard that you just find by pure chance you'll be on the right wavelength, and you'll actually get the person's name. You'll actually understand what they're saying to you. That's very rare when you can actually make a connection, but more often than not you will when you're on a location, if you have the time and the peace and quiet to do it.
And as you said, like what you could do with ghosts, I suppose you could do it with colleagues and teammates who'd be on the same wavelength. I suppose that's why we're drawn to them. To
Mm.
particular people in a group team or people, family members, or just general in daily life there. I'll just go to a few questions first, just a few call outs there. Paul O'Brien says, just curious, have you any of you been to Ross Castle, Meath, or Kilkee, Castle Carlow? That was the two from me. I know, Mary, you've been to Ross Castle, haven't you?
We have actually, and I love Ross Castle because I find that every time I go there, it's just there's a different feel. There's so much to explore there, and also because we've actually stayed there overnight. It's a B&B as well, and picking up on just energies while we're sitting down having something to eat, or you might in the corner of your eye just see a child running around in the living room, and then you'll go and you'll be in another part of the castle, on the top floor, and you'll experience maybe something not so pleasant, and it's just an absolute, I love it there. I absolutely love Ross Castle. It's probably one of my favorites, because we also have, a bit of a Christmas party there as well.
I know it's a place. I think you were there. I remember doing it a couple of years ago, and I think you were there right afterwards.
You were the guys.
The feeling.
Yeah, you were the guys that trashed the place. That's right. Yeah.
I know we trashed the place. But yeah, you said there is an eerie feeling with Ross Castle there, and it is like you feel. I remember collecting the equipment at the end of the night, the night vision cameras, and I was on my own. Yeah, but I think it's the second floor of the castle now. I forget the name of the room, but I just felt, oh god, everyone else is on the other side of the building. I felt, oh god, I feel watched here.
Yeah,
strange one, all right, yeah.
But as you said, we were talking about, and I'll just go through a few more. So I know someone was there and the table hit against the wall. I think that's the Ross Castle. Yeah, I know Ross Castle. What have you experienced there? We'll talk about quickly about Ross Castle. What have you experienced there? As you said, you met some girl there.
I came across. I remember we were in one of the bedrooms actually, and I remember feeling that there was this woman. It was almost like she was like a housekeeper or that kind of matronly kind of person. And she'd done something really bad, and all I could hear in my mind was this child crying. I didn't like it, to be honest, and I didn't really want to explore that any further, because I knew that I would get upset, because I have kids. Well, they're grown up now, but once you've been a mother, and I don't like hearing about anything bad happening to children. And children are very drawn to me on location, because one of my spirit guides is actually a child as well. So I do pick up on an awful lot of things in connection with children. But there was also a couple of dark shadows there in the hallway. And I remember Michelle, who's our lead investigator, of course, I was cock of the walk, and I was out in the hall, and I was like, "Oh, bring it on!" Woo. And she's, "Mary, you need to come back in here. You need to reel this in, because I don't like what's out there." So, sometimes I can be a little bit too brave for my own good.
It was like
it's like a. Go ahead there, Sinead.
No, Ross Castle is the one we stayed in there a couple of years ago, right? Yeah, right. So also had I was like, with the children, actually I have like an EVP of just like a little girl as well. It seems like a little child in the background playing, but it's a strange one. I remember like same as you, and there was seems to be a presence of a child in that building. Very interesting that you picked up on it there as well. Yeah, but
cool.
Very, very, very cool building.
Going back on that, we did pick up as well there, and I think other paranormal teams or people, residents have picked it up as well there. But just go back to talk about now this an arduous encounter you had there, and I think I heard on the podcast yesterday when I was listening back. But can you explain a bit more about this encounter you've had?
Well, what happened was the team we were going to meet at Charleville Castle, and which is another epic location for, you could investigate that place week after week, and there's so much going on there, and so we decided that it was coming towards Halloween, and this radio station, I think it was Midlands 103. I'm not 100% certain, but I think it could have been them. And they had sent this lady with a great big fluffy microphone who was going to follow us about from room to room and just do some recording. So we said, fine, that's grand, we didn't mind. And in fact, the beauty of one of these great big microphones was she was going to pick up stuff that we couldn't hear either. So we thought, great. Another auditory device. So we were going around, we started off there, because there's a beautiful staircase when you're going in, but there's also like another back staircase there where Lady Harriet, God rest her soul, that's where she fell to her death. So we had been moving about and trying different things in different rooms, and everything was going really well. And I had started to pick up on this really bad energy, whom I had picked up on before. And he was not a pleasant person. And I had arrived late into the investigation, and I didn't do a grounding. So I wasn't protected. Yeah, number one, should always do it. So
I think we've all made some mistakes. Well, we've all done stuff like, especially on a
Yeah.
spiritual level. It's going, oh shit, whoops.
yeah, exactly. And so I was in the library and could just sense he was off in the corner there, and really was making it known that he wanted me, and that was it. And one of the girls, Suzanne, she's brilliant with glass work. Like I say, we're old school. We like to do the older methods of things. I can't do glass work. I'm absolutely shit at it. But sorry, it's PG. Shouldn't be swearing. But so so
midnight. Go ahead.
okay. So we're doing the glass work, and the glass was kind of moving around. There's only about 4 on the table, and asking the questions and the yes and the no and the different things. And Suzanne said, is there anyone you have a message for in the room? And of course, the glass went towards me. I was like, oh, okay. And would you like to speak to this person? And the glass went to me, and I was like, oh, okay. So I need to sit down on the table and do this. So I was doing the glass work, and, little finger, nice and light touch, and moving around, and the glass kept coming towards me, and quite forcefully coming towards me. And then I started to feel that this person had literally from behind me had walked right through me. And with that, I felt every bad experience. I felt physically sick. I felt he had invaded the whole of my lungs, my heart, every part of me, and literally walked through. And I could see some of the bad deeds that he had done in that moment when he had walked through me. But I literally fell back off the chair, and I was sobbing. Like, this is all recorded. The radio station put this out with my permission. Of course, I thought about it afterwards.
I can remember it was about 2 years ago. I can remember listening
Yes.
to it there, and I remember I said, "That's not Mary," 'cause
No.
you were crying there. I go,
Crying my eyes out, and
you had to leave. I remember you saying that.
yeah, that was absolutely horrific, and I will never forget that experience. But what happened was the lady who had been there doing the recording, she got such a fright because my demeanor had changed so much. I would be a fairly cool customer, I'd be calm. I've been a tour guide and done different, been in public doing locations for years, but this, I had no control over, none whatsoever. And the lady was just so upset that, for me, really, that such a thing could happen, that she got in her car and she drove away. She said, I'm not staying.
I was going. I'm
Yeah.
just going to say a couple of things there. Maybe Sinead can have a bit of an input as well there. Sorry, Sinead. But before we come to the questions and shout outs there. So, but as you said, like, I suppose I had a similar experience, and Sinead would know of this, tearing a theatre in Waterford, where it's something that really got me unexpected. Something really went through me, and it wasn't me that was communicating. I was totally different. Do you reckon the media, like the people, did that expectation from them? Did it surprise you there? I suppose it did.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you have? Do you?
She definitely didn't expect that.
Hmm,
I knew she
no.
kind of felt, she was a skeptic going in. That's for
Yeah.
sure. And she thought, I've got my own Ghostbusters here. This is gonna be
Hmm,
fine. This is gonna be a breeze. I'll make a few recordings, and everything's gonna be good.
hmm,
I don't think she actually anticipated that spirits could affect you so
hmm.
badly. And it
True.
caught her off guard. It absolutely caught her off guard. And she thought, oh, I'm going to have to think twice about this. And that's why she didn't stay. She just thought, no, this isn't for me. Which kind of, now I kind of think, oh, that was actually kind of cool that she left. She was so scared,
Yeah.
you know?
Media. We all hate the media there. Well, like you said, it's always the Ghostbusters stuff. It's always Ghostbusters. I know,
Yeah.
I suppose
Yeah.
you can't really say we're all, I suppose, wrong in saying that we haven't actually felt that vibe. A paranormal investigator have always wanted to be a Ghostbuster, but it's sort of rooms as well, the paranormal
Yeah.
field as well. People you're always thinking, and that's probably what puts the reputation down and puts those
Yeah.
skeptics more even more at a high level. Always
Yeah.
call us Ghostbusters and all.
Yeah.
What do you
Yeah.
think to that, Sinead?
Well, I think you gotta expect the unexpected, and sometimes, as like Mary said, the control that you have, sometimes you just can kind of get out, not even out of control, but things do happen, and you gotta kind of roll with it and just be aware of your other teammates when it does happen. But if there's skeptics coming in looking at it, I suppose they wouldn't know how to deal with it, because it's nothing that they don't really generally see the real deal half the time.
Mm.
Just
Yeah.
going by investigations we've done, and in the past, just recent, stuff has happened. And Anthony, were you saying
Michelle from
something?
Back in Time,
Yeah.
Mary's colleague. Sorry, Michelle, Mary's colleague says, Mary, have you ever felt you have gone back in time, such as a time slip where people could see you and as well as you seeing them?
Oh, interesting question.
It's a good
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Actually, that happened good while ago. Good job, Michelle. I knew she'd pick something like that. Yeah, it
No
was.
comment. Back to the
I
next
know.
question.
It was actually
Time
in. Have you?
slips. Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever been to Redwood Castle? Sure, you have. It's
No,
actually up
no,
in.
no.
Oh, it's in Tipperary. It's actually a pretty cool spot. Um, and I remember we'd spent most of the night there. Actually, it was coming towards the end of the evening, and I had picked up on two very strange names. Well, one was James, which is not strange, but the other one was Angelou, and I was like, "What is this name? What does this mean? What in earth does this mean?" And for me, it felt like she was a lady who potentially probably owned the house, because she was either Norman French, or it was definitely a French name, and it was coming through. It was really strong. And the other person was James, and we were in the part where they used to keep the prisoners locked away, and he had been injured, but for me, I thought it was a bit of a love story. So
Hmm.
they had, back then, they obviously would kidnap members of other households and families, and they would keep them a prisoner. And so he was in this jail, in this little room. It was a tiny little room. And I was picking up on his energy, but I picked up that she was coming there as to visit, to see him. Obviously forbidden, shouldn't have been allowed. And that's what I was picking up on. But the funny thing was, while I was in the room, um, trying to tune in and see and physically feel things, for a split moment, I actually, in my mind's eye, could see him in the bed looking at me. And I was like, oh my God.
Right.
I was like, wow. And Michelle happened to be on the dowsing rods. And she asked the questions, can you see Mary? And of course, they crossed. And I felt I was in his time, only for a short moment, but it was so eerie. I mean, the room was completely different. I mean, they had whitewashed it, obviously, recently, and at the time it was all stone, and what he was lying on really wasn't even a bed. It was just like all straw, and his leg was very badly injured, and it was just insane. I was actually in that moment. It was crazy, and I've never forgotten it. Actually, that was pretty cool. I really enjoyed that. I know you might get freaked out by it, but I actually thought it was really, really cool to be there.
I got
Yeah.
shit.
Like fascinating though.
I just go on to
Yeah.
one last question before
there, yeah.
I just have to head off there. Yeah, Michael Ryan says, hi guys. Could I do an investigation on my own? And I would like to do all the jails, I think all the jails and castles in Ireland. Would a mobile phone work? What do you reckon, Mary?
Yeah, you could do a phone, use your phone. Just be wary that sometimes on locations batteries don't last very long. So if you're going on your own, really you should buddy up with somebody else, because when you're going to, just on a health and safety aspect, if anything happened to you and you dropped your phone, there's no one there to help you out of that situation. So you should really try and buddy up with somebody if you can. Phones are okay. I think really if you're going to be doing a bit of investigating, you're probably better off just get the first basic tool, like maybe a K2 or something like that, and just kind of go from there and build your equipment. But if you're heading off on your own, you've also got to check whether you've got access to, you're allowed to get into that building. Definitely do it if you're able to do it. If there's places you could go to and visit, I think everybody should have a. If you want to, if that's a passion for you, you want to explore it a bit more, then definitely do it. But I think you just have to be a bit wary, because sometimes going on to farmers' lands and stuff like that, you find yourself in trouble. And if you hear bang bang from a shotgun coming from behind you, you know you ain't supposed to be there. So as that has happened to me in the past.
Especially if you're outside Jenny O'Sullivan's house now in Drogheda.
Yeah, farmers are after her.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But I'm going to say there, Paul. Sorry, Michael. There. Yeah, I suppose always let somebody know if you're going alone, and as you say,
I think it's important. Yeah.
Record, as Mary just said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine, but for catching evidence, probably not only from even probably on an EVP style, but probably a little bit there, but also as you say, battery, and also apps as well. Apps on phones, these ghost hunting apps don't actually work like for electromagnetic field or vibration or anything like that. I wouldn't actually probably
bring if you're just starting off. Yeah, just bring a recorder with you and like maybe ask a few questions. If you're just starting off, just do that. Maybe stay in a place for like an hour or two, then leave, come home, listen to the footage. I know it'll take an hour or two to listen to, but like just see what you can pick up, and you never know, you could surprise yourself. And just be open to it as well. But yeah, just be aware of any holes that you fall down. They are there.
You can get the cheapest EMF meter you can get, and the easiest start you probably have one that is a compass. That might be the easiest one. If the electromagnetic field changes, the dial on the compass will change as well. Michael Owen says, thanks guys. Paul O'Brien says it's an audio app. Okay, Paul. Okay. Yeah, so maybe collecting audio, EVP is good, probably on a mobile phone. But there is like digital recorders that you can get that do have the software that you can put on a laptop as well and analyze it back afterwards as well. Mary, have you got any plans then for next few weeks? I know we hope to make contact with you in the near future with an investigation there.
Yep.
Anything else you'd like to say? How people can contact yourselves?
Well, actually, we've got the Facebook page, and a lot of people actually send in messages via that, and we're very quick to respond. So it's back in time. You can find us on Facebook. That's probably the easiest way. And like I say, ask us a question or anything like that. We'll get back to you fairly quick. And that's it, really. I'm not going to give my phone number up because you never know who's watching. And but
I'll give that out later. I'm only joking.
So we're easy to contact on Facebook. Really, that's probably the best forum for anyone to find us.
True.
Yeah, it's interesting.
So I love you and leave you there. Go ahead.
Excellent.
Go ahead, Sinead. Sorry.
No, I was like, just even with the things are going at the moment, like where can people investigate? I suppose like we're 5 kilometer restrictions. I mean, like.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult. I'm actually very lucky to have one of the oldest churches in Ireland on my doorstep, St Mary's. It was built by Isabel de Clare in 1280, and the grounds itself are very, very haunted. So my daughter, who has grown up with another sense, and one day I will talk all about it, but she's a bit shy at the moment. I'm going to take her with me now tomorrow to the graveyard. We've got a few pieces of equipment, so it's actually within walking distance of the house, and we're going to check that out. And in my town, we have a theatre, local theatre that was once a church, and there was, when they did renovations there back in the 50s, they were doing moved the stage, or they were digging under the foundations, and they found a load of bodies under there that would have been from the time of the famine. And I was there recently, just before lockdown, because I'm in the Panto Society, so we're always, backstage and stuff. And we were recording, we had put some new flooring in for the dancers to walk across. And as I was, filming with the camera, with my phone actually, and the light on it, these wisps and mists kept dancing in front of the my phone, and I looked around, like when you're recording, and then I was like kind of looking to see, and there was nothing there, but yet they showed up on film. I was like, ooh, I have to go back here. So I've been talking to the manager of the theatre, and he said chances are there's not going to be any shows coming up now, obviously between now and Christmas. So he said, yeah, you can come back and investigate. So that is on my doorstep. So there are some places you can go to, if you're lucky enough, within your 5 kilometers,
Yeah, let's go to your local graveyard or
yeah, absolutely.
You never know what you might pick up.
Yeah,
local,
definitely.
Local door closet or something like that. So, I don't know. Anyway, I better go and leave you there, Mary, and I got to go on to the next guest. Happy Halloween, all to love it.
Happy Halloween.
Great. Happy Halloween, guys, and thanks for having us.
Yeah,
take care.
Bye.
Bye.
So now we're going to have Seekers of the Afterlife, and Seekers of the Afterlife are based in they're based in Wexford as well there, and they're going to be talking about the Athenaeum Theatre, just to talk about theatres and the Ovilus device there. Sinead, can you tell how people can contact us first?
Yeah, keep on coming with your questions there and your discussions and anything you would like to say. And just underneath this chat, we'll be here for another couple of hours, another 3 hours actually, I think 4 hours. I don't know, time is going really, really fast. Or you can give us an email as well if you want to do that. It's ghost_era, EIRE 66 at yahoo.com. You can head to our website as well, ghostera.net. Fill out the contact forum there, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can. But first and foremost, I would say keep your discussion coming, keep flowing with your conversation here, we'll be here for another while. So yeah, thanks for joining us, and we're still here, so we're not disappearing. And I think we have the next guest here. I see them all there. Hi, you're all together, yeah.
Okay. So we have the Seekers of the Afterlife, and they're based in County Wexford. How are you doing, folks?
Hi. Can you hear us? Is anybody there?
Perfectly. We can hear you perfectly.
Yeah.
Loud and clear, straight in
Oh,
there.
good.
Yeah.
So I've got to talk about the Athenaeum Theatre first there.
Yeah.
Tell us
Can
about
you
that,
tell-
actually, yeah.
Yeah, if you can tell us a bit about that location.
Over to you.
Well, it was built in, it's a very interesting place actually. It was built in 1892 and it was built as a recreational facility for the people of Enniscorthy, mainly to keep guys out of the pub and off the streets getting into trouble. And then, of course, Irish writers had a place where their plays and their poetry could have a stage to be seen. And then, of course, the Irish Volunteers moving forward to when they formed in 1913, they used to hold functions there. And it became a very important place from the 1916 Rising. So on May the 1st, of course, the surrender date for the Rising came from Pearse, who was in jail. And they were rounded up in Enniscorthy, the Irish Volunteer Army, and they were marched to Wexford town. And really, it's as a museum, there's great history there. And of course, the Cumann na mBan turned the auditorium into a hospital for the injured. And in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, it was a dance hall, and many people married from the meetings there as well. So I would recommend it as a historical venue, but also as a paranormal venue, because the place, to put it bluntly, is hopping.
It's not that far from Scorthy Castle, is it? It's just
It's
down
on the
the road.
grounds, yeah.
Yes, it's connected. I think there's a tunnel connecting the two. Now, they chose not to use Enniscorthy Castle because it was too high up, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, there wasn't enough cover with the castle, so that's why they went to the Anthony.
Okay. And this is what did you feel? What was in the location? What were you welcomed in there? As was a theatre now in these days? Did you feel welcomed in there, the location?
Yeah, because you have everything from, like, we've met, the last time we were down there was one chap that was coming through to us. Now, we didn't get a name on him, but we were asking about the dances and everything, and he said he loved the dances and he was always there and he enjoyed that. But we also on EVPs picked up marching from when they used to do their drills and things there as well. So there's a little bit of everything there. I mean, the last night we were down there, we were getting whistling, people banging at us. At one stage, I was sitting quietly in a room, but because I wasn't talking and stuff, they were banging at me, hear you, talk to us. And when you start talking to them, they love having people there. They want to interact. They're only delighted.
And is it like you said, like you've heard marching and all, and you've heard voices?
Yeah,
there.
It's like the army going out on parade. It's that left, right, left. That's what you said. We picked that up in a few EVPs the night we were there.
Night vision camera picked that up, actually.
Yeah. It's like they were on parade, getting ready to march out the door to go and fight for their country.
And do you reckon, like, going back to, like, say if it's a theatre, like you've heard it sounds like people in the theatre, is it? Do you hear any? Would you hear? I know you heard from the past, from the Horizon there. Would you hear anybody from, like, in actors or anything there? Would there been any actors there? Would it be people that have split personality? Maybe like somebody that would have a different persona, a different character.
I personally haven't.
No, but you'd hear on the stage. You might hear the footsteps and things on the stage, as if they're, be it dancing, acting. That'd be up on the stage area, like, because it's a big place. Like, the stage, you've under the stage, your museum up at the view, the gallery. You'll hear different things and for what went on in that area. So up on stage, and if you play music from back then, you'll pick up. They'll interact with the music.
And say like you've investigated a few places now, like this is a theatre, and I know you've been to Whitlow Jail, and you've been to another few places. Is there a difference between? Do you feel like the different emotion there going in to that theatre to another location, say Whitlow Jail?
Yeah, because Wicklow Jail can be oppressive, and you're getting very the dark side of humanity as such. Whereas in Gantleon, there's a bit more of a happier side because there was a lot of happiness went on. There was the dance halls, there was people having fun, and they like to interact. Like, because we go down and like we don't take ourselves too seriously. We'll go in, have the laugh, have the banter. And they seem to like that because we're not there constantly throwing questions. Who, give us your name, da 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 da. We like to just talk among ourselves, and they like that. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, they seem to like that, and to think it's here's these funny fools again, just talking about food, or just talking. Here's these rubbish again, but they like that because it's a bit of fun.
And I suppose they build off your energies as well. There, what you like to say, Joanne?
I remember during the first night we had our own investigation there, which was only about a month ago, and we were upstairs in one of the rooms that was turned. It used to be a dressing room when it was used as a theatre. But they had to turn it during the Rising into a dormitory for the soldiers. So they had to get local people to donate mattresses, pillows, and blankets. Right. And I was standing in there, and of course, bold me, I was doing a bit of taunting. And I said, I'm from Britain. What do you think of that? And I heard, bitch. Coming through. Yeah, of course. Yeah, and I said, is that the best you can do? No, it was very interesting, but it is a great place to go for investigation. I'd recommend it to anyone out there, even just as a historical aspect. It's lovely.
And as you said, like I suppose you got to do it in different ways to get the best reaction there. You've nearly been set up, is that right? Say the past year or so? Is it a past year or 2 years?
Yeah, we've been doing this since we have been doing paranormal since 2016. And then we've been going on teams. But it's okay. That we decided to start up our own team.
Yeah. And Bridget, I'm going to ask you probably this question now. This is going to be a big question, and probably other paranormal teams are listening to this. When you first started, what did you think of other paranormal teams? Like, is there an open community, do you reckon, to open up, to be welcomed into the paranormal field? Do you reckon there's enough people inviting you or giving you their advice or experience?
Yeah, there is. The first thing we met was Peter and Dr. Small. That's the first place we went to. Okay. And they were very open. And then between the breaks, we had to sit down and talk to them about it. And then we met back in time.
Yeah.
We met a good few groups. I think all of them, all of them are very open to, to ask for information. That's where we got our information from them. And that's how we got ourselves. And because they had open nights and we were able to go on a paranormal night together, we had to start our own team up.
Perfect. And I know it's I suppose it depends on timing, and I suppose other teams, like if you were trying to get into other teams, and it's great that you've set up your own team and you've got your own band of brothers there, or sisters.
Yeah. It just suits because we're all from the same town, and it just suited because a lot of teams we meet, they could be from all over the country. So it just said, well, we try and get our own local, and then if there's anyone else in the area that I'd like to meet up with us, it just makes it easier to go to places because then you're with local people.
True.
But would you stay around the area itself? Like, would you stay around the county, or do you venture out?
No, if we can go anywhere, we will.
Can't go anywhere at the moment.
You're supposed to be in Redwood Castle tonight, but COVID.
Oh yeah.
We were in Oranmore Castle during the summer, like Loftus, Wicklow Jail. We've been to Leck. Yeah, if we can get anywhere, we will. But like that time and stuff, it's
Time.
yeah.
And I have to say, other teams have been so helpful. Like, we've learned different. Every team has their own way of doing things, and their own little tricks and things. And we've just learned little tips from each team. You know, because we're new to all this, so we've so much to learn. And do you know what I mean? And we don't pretend to be professionals or anything like that in any way. We have a lot to learn, but it's interesting. You meet some lovely people along the way. We've made friends with a lot of people, and it's lovely. Like, hi to Mary from back in time, which is what haven't been afraid.
I just give a few shouts out there. So Paul Bryan says, happy Halloween. Lorraine says, loving the interviews, guides, and personal experiences. This is probably a question for you, Paul Bryan, to come back again. Is that Vinegar Hill that was in Wars? I worked there, never went, mind you. Did Wicklow Jail, where I bought someone's book here? I think that's to do with our book.
Yeah, well, Vinegar Hill would have played a big part in the 1916 and the Risings and the whole lot, And if you can get to Wicklow Jail, it's like that. You could go. You can get different experiences in Wicklow Jail. I mean, I've been in one cell. You can kind of get a nice, I hate to say nice feeling in a prison, but you go into another cell and it's so oppressive, and it's like you just know this was the death cell per se. This was their last, there's different. And then you go upstairs where they have a replica of the famine ship. And again, you'd get different experiences up there again. There is different layers to Wicklow Jail itself. It's a good spot to go.
And Vinegar Hill, that's 1798, and Father John Murphy there.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much history in Wexford. If we could even scratch with the
rebellion.
Like Gorey itself, like Gorey itself is 400 years old. And
is it the most haunted county?
We'll say it is.
Tourism for Wexford. So actually, I'm going to ask you about your equipment. Do you use equipment, and if so, what type of equipment do you use?
We do. We started off with the K2. Just started off simple with the K2 and the glass, and then built ourselves up to rods and
the spirit box.
The spirit box as well. And the camera.
And like that, sometimes the most basic is your own feelings. Because I've often gone into places, the girls have gone into places, I might feel happy in a room, someone else might feel something else. But sometimes we rely too much on equipment. Sometimes it's nice to just go in and rely on your own instinct. Yeah.
But I have to say as well, though, to anyone who's thinking of forming a team, you don't have to have expensive equipment. Start off with your K2, and the main thing is a digital recorder. Make it a good one, because if you can't record it, there's no point in you being there. Do you know what I mean? So just have your digital recorder to start off with in your K2, maybe a spirit box after that, but also a night vision camera. And really you're set to go from there, but you don't have to have equipment that costs, because everyone's on a budget and you just wouldn't have the money for all these fancy items,
True. And as you said there, all I can add to that is full stop. Because it's correct, that's all you need to bring there as well, and probably just a torch. But it's
definitely a torch, and a flask of tea.
Definitely a flask of tea. I'm a teamer. But as you said there, it's the simplest stuff that is needed. You don't want to be hours before an investigation thinking about charging up stuff or charging too much stuff or plugging stuff in and out there. It's all about enjoying the occasion. That's when
But to be fair, we usually forget something.
Oh, every time. Yeah.
One person, one of the teammates. Yeah. Do you have to actually? Yeah, go ahead, Anzi.
No, you go ahead, sis.
Oh yeah. Do you have actually it was like experience with the Ovilus at all, or?
I'll tell you, we started off with just an ordinary EVP, just a on eBay. But lately we've got the obvious one, the EVP, and we find that, I know it's a bit more expensive, but in the long run, we find that after recording thing, when you get to home and get a chance to replay it back, you can actually slow it down, which means you can hear voices better on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we went to a graveyard now and we did pick up a voice on it. But it was hard to hear, because the voice was very low as well. But not only that, it was fast. But with the office, you can actually slow it down as slow as you want, and you can actually hear the voices better.
And he didn't sound too happy.
No.
And with the Ovilus, now what I'm going to do is probably actually, have you got the Ovilus with you there?
I do, yeah.
Oh, I'd actually be interested to see it. Just out of pure curiosity.
What we're going to do is probably, I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to mute Sinead, and probably for 2 minutes, if you'd like to turn it on there, Bridget, there, and just call out and see if there's anything in reference to Halloween, if that's okay.
The reason my young lad will come flying down the stairs and out the front door.
So
we're running, yeah.
So, as long as you don't get any freaky people behind the curtain.
As long as you bring mine, I'm okay with that.
So what I'm going to do is going to mute myself and Sinead, and I'm going to let you call out for 2 minutes and just see if there's anything. Come back
see what happens. Yeah.
Is it playing? Yes. Okay. There's anyone here who'd like to talk to us? We don't mean any disrespect. Second. Oh, come on. Are there any spirits here in the room with us right now? If you want to talk to us, you can talk into this box there that's in our hand. No respect. Disrespect. Sorry, and you want to talk to us?
You can use a little of my energy to do so.
You mind that they've built so many houses on this land? I know this area, again, back at the time of the rebels and Hunter Gowan, that there would have been a lot of fighting in this area. When was that priest hung up on the Gory Hill? Father Edmund. Oh, what year was that? Oh, 400 years ago, wasn't it? Yeah. So this is what happens when we just ramble on and talk waffle.
It's okay. I caught you probably on the hop there. I did hear something though. I heard something like a moan there. I didn't know. I'm not too sure. I must look.
It's all right. Yeah, I got rid of the dog, so it's not him.
No, I
didn't get. No, he's gone to a different house. I didn't get rid of him.
So we're coming up to half an hour before midnight. There, I suppose that could be significant there as well. Yeah. Talking about the Ovilus there, what I was going to say, how is it? I'm going to ask you probably a difficult question to it, but it's answer as much as you can there. How is the spirit channeling through the device?
Just the same as any EVP.
It's like a video record. It's like not video record. It's like a recorder, but the only thing is, it's picking up the disembodied voices, and the only thing is, it slows it down so the human ear can actually hear it. Because sometimes not a hope. I have a little recorder there now, and you literally, it's not too bad, but this is so much better. It slows it right down. Makes you sound like you're drunk when you're talking on it. But you can actually hear the spirit talking more clearly.
As you said, like sound, it's the quickest sense. It's the sight can see, but it's the quickest sense for brain to quickly monitor what's happening.
Yeah,
That's
To
what
register. Yeah.
you know. Is it sorry now. Do you get different results in different buildings using it? Different
Yes,
Yeah.
we would.
responses. Okay.
When we went to Loftus Hall, we listened to it, we didn't get anything back there, but yes, as well as we went to the Antonine the first time we had it as well, we didn't pick up anything, but yet now last month when we went on our own, we did pick up sounds. So yeah, different places pick up more, different sounds.
Yeah. Well, it's like they're not performer monkeys. They're not. It depends on the night
That's so
themselves.
true.
Yeah.
If they want to interact with you on the night, they will. If they don't,
Yeah.
we've gone to places where it'll be absolute dead as a doornail tonight, pardon the pun, and
Yeah.
it could be hopping the next night. You just can't judge it.
No.
It's like everywhere's different.
No, because we went to a good there one night and it was quiet, and I expected that I had in mind because it was that will happen. But then you could go again, a month's time, and you could
Be hopping.
you could pick up everything.
And plus, for listening to just talking to other groups of things, it seems if you go back to a place more than once, they get to know you as well, so they're not as shy.
True,
and they will interact more.
Yeah, it's like as you said. It's like as you said, just what you just said. It's like knocking on somebody's door.
Yeah, they're either in.
Going into their property, as in same as the spirit going into their property. And it's how you acknowledge them and talk to them and say how are you doing this fine evening? It's the same. Just a few shout outs there. Mary says, "Hi ladies, I'm delighted
Oh, Mary, hi.
Hi, Mary.
Lots of great adventures."
So many people just starting up teams now. It's good. Yeah. Just revival paranormal teams.
Paul O'Brien says, "I think we need a joint county team, and when other groups all have joint county."
Well, when COVID is over.
Yeah. At the moment. You're lucky to have you're lucky to get joined with the team with your next door neighbour at the moment.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, a joint country team. Is it a country? I said
County team, no?
Country team, and when other groups all have a joint. Oh, you mean? Okay, I think that's to do with another a foreign team. I don't know, or some. I don't know. Paul, sorry, mate.
It's like the Paranormal Olympics or something. I don't know.
So we'll all just rock down to Loftus Hall some night.
And a competition to see who gets the most spirits.
Yeah.
Doyle says, "Looking fab, ladies. Great interview." Simone.
Hey, Simone.
That's my daughter, by the way.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
Hi, Simone.
Embarrass you now, Simone.
So, ladies, what have you got lined up in the future? Have you got? Or where can people find you? Where can people find you?
That'd be probably the better bet. Yeah.
Sorry, we have our Facebook page up, Seekers of the Afterlife. We just put that up there last month.
Yeah.
So they can get in touch with us. That was actually delighted to hear from anyone. And we hope, please God, when this COVID's over, to get going to places and to meet up with other teams, to get to know them. They're very important. Yeah.
It's just everything's up in the air at the moment. We're all just.
I think we're having withdrawal symptoms from not being able to go anywhere.
Definitely.
Go somewhere.
Yeah, we're just wandering around going to graveyards like three balloons.
I'll probably ask you one more question. I'll let you know. We put one more question forward. I'll let you know before we go on to the exorcism fudge. Do you feel this lockdown has made us go back more to spiritual wise, as in as you just mentioned, graveyards and old
definitely,
absolutely,
these kind of sites? Do you think it's for the good that we've done this little break in the paranormal?
Because we were after finding two in Gorey that we knew they were there, but didn't know where they were. So a little bit of asking the relations, whatever. Found them, and they're going back from the 1700s. Like, we've been to two now, and we didn't even know they were there. So we're trying to find more on our doorstep that we can try and investigate.
I think it's actually making people realise that it was like actually being on your show with the Ouija board. It's making people slow down and think what's around your own area.
Yeah.
You know, rather than going far away for the moment. You know, it's making us realise that there is graveyards and buildings around us. So it's giving us a chance to, you know.
But just be careful and no trespassing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely.
No, because you can get yourself in a lot of hot water.
Paul O'Brien says being politically correct. That's nothing. I think that's to do with the county or country.
Oh.
I've been 3 hours on the nearly 3 hours now. So Mary Nolan says, what's your favourite location?
I think the Antoneum at the moment. Yeah,
I think
that's...
so. Yeah, I think the
Interesting.
Antoneum is definitely, and I always, of course, love that.
Yeah, well,
Even
that's
when
the thing.
Mary was there, because it's like it's drawn you back.
Mm.
Definitely, but definitely, I have a favorite. Definitely the Antoneum.
Well,
Yeah.
for me,
I've never heard of that until today, so
Really?
look it up and see what's going on there.
Definitely look it
Yeah.
up. We spent the whole night there. Sean let us stay the whole night there from Slane Paranormal Investigators, and he let us stay there the night, and it was actually fantastic.
Yeah, there was loads happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a
Simone-
lot of nook and crannies out there that people are yet to be discovered. You know,
Yeah.
small little pubs,
Well,
theatres, or
that's
anything.
it. Yeah.
Simone says as well, you guys should do Ballymore Graveyard. Mama and I used to go visit years ago.
oh, I forgot about that. Oh,
Yeah.
Somewhere for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot you forget these places after a few
Yeah,
years. Like,
that's it.
And Naughty Simone has said light trespassing is okay.
There's not
Yeah,
like
but
the whole
don't-
street.
You go full on or you don't do it.
you won't forget us in a hurry anyway, that's for sure.
We'll
Paul
warn you
says,
about
I think it has people more grounded and befriended friends that not met in ages. You're
No,
right.
yeah.
there.
Definitely. Yeah.
Absolutely. So,
And that's like making new friends as well, I suppose, as well.
Yeah,
yeah, we've
yeah.
met some lovely people now in
Yeah.
all the investigations we've been on, and I don't think we've met anyone that's been
No, everyone's been
Nasty.
open and friendly and welcoming, so
Yeah, so.
bring it on.
Son
Yeah.
off.
free will.
Cheers!
Yeah, that's universal. Yeah.
Wine.
And
Talk soon.
Mary says now that people are in lockdown, it said that people are discovering that they are living with spirits in their homes. Would you agree?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's called sobbing en blanc.
Yeah.
There's that way of it as well there.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Definitely,
Yeah.
now that this is calmed down, there's definitely, movements at home, and, people are finding, they're listening more.
True.
Yeah, big time. Yeah.
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 I agree as well.
Well, it was nice talking to you. I didn't get
The tree look.
Okay. I'll leave you go, so ladies, and great. Next April now we'll hook up again there, and
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
we
Well, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Look.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for coming on.
Talk to you soon. Love you lots there. Happy Samhain.
Happy Halloween.
Okay. So we're up now to the actual footage of the documentary now, the Sinful Exorcism of
Very good,
2009. I'm just waiting for one team member to come in, and Mr. Jean-Paul to come in
I'm
there.
just blown away by the amount of paranormal teams there are at the moment, up and coming in Ireland, or even here for a long time. It's just brilliant, yeah.
Oh, it is. It's amazing now, and it's great. It's great now. I suppose people more as well are interested in doing that as well. If you're in if there's a team near you, check up on the internet there as well, or contact one of the guests or people that have been on the show. And if you always try, I know you might not be able to meet them as well because of this lockdown, but if you just be patient and wait for the restrictions just to ease a bit, then
is it like people are reverting back to the old ways in a sort of strange way? But yeah.
True. I'm just waiting for if you just tell people how people can contact.
Yeah, keep on coming with your questions or your discussions or your ponderings and musings or whatever you want to tell us, or if you have had any spooky things happened to you in the past or occurring at the moment, let us know. The bottom of our page, just keep the conversation flowing, if you will. And or if you want to, you can also send us an email, ghost_era66@yahoo.com. And you can head there, or you can head on to our website, GhostÉire.net, and you can contact us through the contact form there. It's a bit of a long-winded way, but if you wanted to make it a little bit more private for yourself, or ask a question that you want an answer to, absolutely, we'll get back to you as soon as we can. So there's many different ways and means you can contact us. But yeah, so we'll be here for another, what time is it now? God, it's gone. Yeah, it's a long one. Yeah, so we're here for another 2.5 hours. So yeah, feel free and ask us what you want. If Anthony has gone quiet on me, I think. Are you still there?
Okay, sis, just carry on with that story there. I'm getting John Paul there. Got something.
Right, great.
Okay.
So I don't know. I mean, I've gone on about 2 places in England, York, and another place called Farnham in England. And I'm not too sure if anybody has been over there for any investigations, because I'm sure there's tons of buildings over there that are really, really spooky. But let me see where I can actually kick off from here. In York, actually, there's a huge Roman influence on the town, and it has been seen like Roman soldiers parading up and down the town of York alongside horses coming through the wall. And it has been seen on their paranormal tours that they conduct as well on a weekly basis, which is kind of strange, but very, very cool. Bear with me 1 second. I know Anthony's trying to retrieve one of our teammates on the other side, and we'll get to our exorcism documentary in a while. But first of all, to kick off this, bear with me 1 second while I find out the rest of this story in relation to the to York. It was yes. Was it through the Great Hall of York in the town of York? There has been carriages seen parading through the town as onlookers are actually walking through it on a daily basis. And let me know, though. I think I actually have completed my story, Anthony, at the moment. So what can I just say? So keep with me for the next couple of minutes. I know Anthony is trying to get rid of her teammates on, and yeah, so Halloween night, a strange one. Nobody really out trick-or-treating these days. I don't know if people are like not sending their children around because of this lockdown, or are children just at home getting sweets every day in, day out, that it's not really a novelty anymore. Gone are the days, I guess, where you ran around and were excited for the nights so you could collect your sweets and try and swap them with your friends. That was like early 90s stuff, I suppose. I don't really know if you have many trick-or-treaters around your area. Let us know. Anthony, are you still with me?
Yeah, I'm still there. Like, I'm just 1 second there. So, yeah, if you're affiliated with any paranormal team or any organization, feel free to put the name of the organization in brackets, and we'll give a shout out to you. Even if you're alone at this present time as well, feel free to shout and give us a talk out. We're on here for another 2.5 hours there. So shortly we're going to be, John Paul's on his way coming in, and shortly we're going to be showing the documentary Sinful Exorcism of 2009. Back in 2009, our team was established. Back in April 2009, and that first Halloween, after that first Halloween in November, I got an unsuspected phone call from a particular person. It was to do with their brother. And me and a few team members went to visit the location. And what you'll see in the documentary in the first few minutes, the first few days, and then the main part, then you'll see exclusive footage, how we dealt with the situation, how we coped with dealing with also an entity named John. But also it's going to be a sort of different conclusion to what you normally see with exorcisms and past shows there. Just a few shout outs then. So Joanne Breen says, thank you so much for the chance to chat on your channel. No problem, Joanne. That was Joanne just there from Seekers of the Afterlife there. Paul O'Brien says, that's why I should that's why I thought parallel Sinead, parallel, and it was legs only recall. Oh, it was legs only, I recall. All right. A Zoom maybe for near Christmas, but faces to names. You are nice folks. Yeah, we could do Zoom as well, but I don't know. I've got a subscription for this channel
Yeah.
there, be like, and the thing is, I suppose you don't want too many people talking to them, as it can get too congested as well, you know.
We like the Brady Bunch, you know, like so many people just multiplying.
So I'm just waiting for John Paul to come in there. So
he's
as
coming up
well,
over the hills, so
he's coming up over the hills. So yes, this house, which I'm gonna just talk about there. There's a few members. There's about we got the phone call. We went to visit the house. And the feelings, this is probably what I'm going to open up now, is probably one of the most uneasiest places I probably have ever been to. I've been to all the castles and all the, you know, lighthouses, windmills, or theatres. You could name them throughout Ireland. But this was probably one of the only places I felt unease and threatened. And a situation came which was needed, that an exorcism was needed to happen in the house, unfortunately. But the way we went about it, you'll soon find out how it is. So what I'm going to do again, just for the quick go, then again, Sinead, can you just recap on how people can contact us again?
Yeah, absolutely. We forgot what I said earlier, but no worries if you didn't. You can contact us here on the page, of course, down below in the little box. Write us a message, whatever, just anything at all. We'll put up on screen and read it out, and we'll have a discussion about any subject in the meantime. Or if you want to contact us, you go to our website at ghost_era66@yahoo.com. So what are you doing for Halloween? Is it like a different, do you generally go out for Halloween? Do you go out to a Halloween party on a yearly basis? Or are you having Halloween at home by yourself, all dressed up by yourself at home watching us here? But yeah, we'll be here for another 2 hours, and we'll be playing our documentary in the next couple of minutes, so stay tuned for that, and don't be too afraid. If it becomes a little bit too scary for you, I'd leave the house and call the police if you want to.
So what you'll see in the video is myself, John Paul, being interviewed, and you'll see exclusive footage of the night of the exorcism. There is, as I would say, be careful because of the language used, and if you have a nervous disposition, just be careful watching it there. There's going to be strong language used in it as well, just an advisory there before we turn it on there. You may have already viewed it on YouTube. Maybe I'll probably get back to John Paul later, because I'll probably start the video now.
Yeah, I think that is a good thing to do.
If John Paul, if you're there, can you just get back to me there, if you're watching or doing this there, so we can get going. So, right, folks, we'll probably come back to John Paul at the end, and probably just the last couple of questions. Paul O'Brien says, myself watching you. I think only one exorcist priest in Ireland now. I'm not too sure about that there, Paul. There, I'll probably delve into more of that after the documentary. So, folks, this has been for a few months. Put your earphones on, because it is some electronic voice phenomenon, and this is probably one of the most chilling places we've ever done. Sinead has done the narrating. We were joined by John Paul's. Oh, wait there. Hold on. The man is coming in.
He has arrived. And he's Batman.
I've just seen him there. Batman has arrived.
Hey, guys.
How you doing?
Welcome along.
Sorry for the delay.
He was just off saving people, just doing his daily, nightly superhero.
Yeah. Earlier on, I had the face mask on and the Batman suit and the gloves for the few trick-or-treaters in our,
did they arrive?
housing estate. We had just a few in our housing estate.
Nothing here at all. Yeah. They don't exist in this part of town.
COVID compliant.
Yeah.
John Paul, have you seen the documentary yet? Because I haven't seen.
No.
Okay.
I haven't seen anything yet.
Okay, because I've held it out for the rest of the team, folks. So if you're watching that, I haven't even given the team members a chance.
I took off my mask. I can't see anything.
So, so the first, just before we probably go in another a few minutes there, and then if you can jump, or then we'll come back to you then after people got any questions there. What was your experience? What was your feeling? If you could, not without giving too much away, what was your feeling of that house? We did the exorcism.
Just on the initial arriving, I suppose we were kind of going into the unknown back then. We were pretty new to the whole process. I was expecting nothing, you know, the very first time I walked in. But then the minute I went inside and I heard all these noises and banging and jumping and shoes and this, that, and the other, I thought there was a party going on. There was just one person in the house. Probably one of the few places that threw me, you know. A lot of things happened there that started our journey as to where we are now. Very interesting place. I be honest, I thought it would be just another Monday night. We'd be just cruising and go looking at a haunted location, but it was something else. Yeah,
I suppose, as you say, you'll see in the footage, things escalated and things started to heat up there, and we were running out of solutions. I can remember with the paranormal teams that were back then, I can remember asking them for advice there, and I don't think, unfortunately, they didn't come back to me there. So I was hopefully, if they're in the future there, if there's anybody who having this trouble, get in contact, hopefully with a paranormal team, and hopefully they get back to you, or somebody related. Most of the time with exorcisms, it can be related to me. Well, the exorcism is a different subject, but towards a private house case, there can be many things that can cause what is presumed a haunting. It could be environmental issues. It could be to do many sort of things: the air we breathe, the foundations, vibration, the electromagnetic field, anything there. And it could be to do with how we interpret it as well. But we'll go into that afterwards. So, John Paul, Sinead, I'll talk to you in a bit there. Were you willing to come back on afterwards, JP?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so folks, so this is it. This is the Sinful Exorcism of 2009. In it, you'll see that John Paul looks younger. I look thinner. And Sinead still got a double accent there. So here it is, folks. It is the Sinful Exorcism of 2009.
A warning. The footage you're about to view may contain distressing images. Some of the language used may be offensive. Some individuals have had their face blurred and voice distorted to protect their identities.
This area. Yeah. If you're with us right now, try and knock the door over. Try and bang on the door. If you're right now, by me, my hand, right hand now, try and move it. Smack it, hit it if you want.
Was it? Oh, it's brilliant film, man. I like the box set. There's Ghostbusters 3 coming out. Yeah. They're brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
How you feeling?
Trent. I idolize them.
Okay. This area.
Strange situations we were ever put into.
Show yourself. Are you afraid that we might get you away from this building tonight? Hey, Thomas. See you, Queen.
First reaction to the house, it was just looked like a old rundown house, looked like a lot of history in it, a bit eerie. I mean, there was very little lighting on the outside, so it was your typical countryside building we were entering. A small bit of an eerie feeling. There was a graveyard nearby. Noticed that straight away.
The GhostÉire team were set up in 2009. Their aim to explore the supernatural. In that first year after Halloween, Anthony, a member of the team, received a phone call.
I was about to collect my daughter one afternoon when I picked up an unexpected phone call. A woman on the other end of the line wanted my advice. Younger brother Colin had been witnessing strange occurrences in the house he was living in.
It wasn't just Colin who was witnessing the untypical activity. His friends did too. Dave and Cameron on separate occasions. Strange banging noises and a feminine coat appeared out of nowhere in the spare room. Footsteps could be heard from above when nobody was around. Colin and his friends were terrified.
They were asking for help, so we felt it was our duty to find some kind of answer and put an end to what was happening. That evening, John, Paul, Derek and I and another team member went to visit the house. We were greeted by Colin, his sister who rang us, and his friends. The detached house looked like any other country house. It was off a main road. Inside you could tell modifications, extra rooms were added in.
Outside seemed a bit, there was just strange feeling that there was just something wasn't right from the start. I think that was my initial feeling when I got there and when we started just investigating this incident.
Colin described that he was living at the house for the past 6 months. All was fine. However, one evening he described seeing an apparition of a young girl in a communion dress, aged between 7 and 8 years old, inside the house. A feeling of coldness would hit him at times, a chillness on the toes. Twisting and pulling on the clothes would occur too. One morning, Dave spotted a tall, broad, dark figure trying to get through the side door of the house. Dave immediately felt threatened. He quickly turned the handle on the door to thwart the intruder and to stop any chances it had of coming in. The handle kept twisting and turning. Whoever was on the other side was trying to come in. Suddenly, the twisting of the door handle ceased.
I did a few baseline tests, checking the area for any discrepancies. Other team members went about their duties, taking photographs, etc. What I can remember is that there was a musty smell when you walked around the place. The rooms weren't ventilated. There was plastic bottles of holy water in most of the rooms.
The young gentlemen used the living room as their sleeping quarters. Scared, they refused to sleep in the bedrooms on the floor above.
We asked Colin and his friends some questions, the usual ones a paranormal investigator would use and put forward. Whether they were taking narcotics on the night they experienced strange occurrences, if they had any psychological problems, or if they had an alternative motive to claiming that there was a haunting at the location. Lastly, we asked them what they would like to achieve by us being on the site.
A former tenant was believed to have no problems living at the location. Also, Colin and his friends hadn't had any of these strange phenomena happen before where they had previously resided. On further research, it was alleged the building used to be a home for priests.
We decided to do a seance in the kitchen. Getting down to business, a group of us connected on the dining kitchen table. The room was dark, a few candles illuminated the room. The table started vibrating and Colin felt a chill around his neck. John Paul was in the hallway looking up the stairs to the landing above. That's when he started to hear stuff.
I think when we were downstairs in the dining room, I remember hearing taps, kind of just little knocking sounds. Another occasion there was a face outside the window that I noticed.
We turned the lights back on in the kitchen. Colin and his friends were starting to feel a bit fearful of the situation. We called it a night. reassured Colin and his friends, Dave and Cameron, that all would be okay.
Colin opted to stay at one of his friends' houses up until the GhostÉire team would return a couple of days later. The following day, Anthony made a discovery while tracing information about the main road outside of the house. Looking over the internet, he found one account of a woman driving on the road late one night. She described the steering wheel in her car trying to turn the opposite way. For over 1 minute, she had difficulty in trying to balance the car. Following a visit to her mechanic, nothing was found wrong with the vehicle.
I met up with Derek and a couple of members of the team at the house a couple of days later. I set up a few motion detectors on top of the bed in Colin's bedroom. Derek sensed a young girl outside of the house and a man with a hat covering his ears, possibly a farmer. It was of good intent.
It was the early hours of the morning when Anthony decided to go into Colin's bedroom on his own.
I could still sense that musty smell, and a cold fog flowed outwards from each exhale from my lungs. Nothing happened, so Derek, a team member, and I brought up a small table and a glass to inside the spare room where we would partake in a glass divination experiment. Colin and Dave and Cameron slept on the chairs in the living room. There was a spirit named John, very dominant, we thought. The entity was trying to get inside Derek to channel through him. The glass moved with great speed across the table with countless circles. There was distaste towards me, apparently. We were to come across this being the night of the exorcism.
A spirit named James from the 1900s was sensed. He was only passing through. He wasn't in any pain, yet confused. Another spirit named Seamus, who also looked after James, was close by. It was the early hours of the morning when the team departed the house. The next day, an exorcism would take place.
I prepared myself formally for the task ahead. I had prayers, Latin and English, blessed crucifix, holy water, not to mention a few other things. Whatever was there needed to be moved on to our belief. Anticipation mixed with fear greeted us. I was joined on the night by John Paul, Derek, Veronica, Paul's sister, a lady who was gifted in mediumship, and another team member. John Paul's brother, Paul, would arrive later on.
Show yourself. Show yourself. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Where are you? Come on.
What was that? It was like that. That way. That way. That way. That way.
It's like a star, was it?
It's almost like a star.
Almost like a star. Have a full run there.
You can't. Where are you around this room at this moment? Are you in that position at the moment? With the glass, if that's true.
Is that you again, John? Are you going to come through Derek again? Do you have something to say to us?
Were you a brother? from before the 1900s? Move the glass towards me when I ask you the question, dear person. Are you from the 1900s, 1800s, 1700s, 1600s, 1500s, 1400s? Are you from before the 1500s? Before the 1500s.
What's your name? Come past her.
I'm going to ask them to move it for me, yes. There we go, the answer, that was quick. So I'll move the glass to yes. No. Because how are you feeling there?
I know it's but I need later on.
It's like, so what did we get there? Was it before 1500s or?
No, he was just.
He was playing.
No, he was acting the.
Obviously, he doesn't want. He's not going to coincide with what. Are you? You're not going to listen to what we're saying, are you? Do you have ill feeling in your mind? Is Michael with you? Is John with you? I mean, is Seamus with you? Is Seamus with you? Do you mean the people that live in this house harm? Is there a reason? Have you been in this building for more than a year? I think it needs to be getting rid of now.
I actually have something. Question that we need to ask you. What is the question?
Are you a druid or? Are you a druid? Are you getting dark?
It's like I don't want to be on their back.
Me too. It's really hands tingle.
Are you a druid?
Oh,
No.
it hurts.
You, Chris. Did you live in this house? God.
Yes. Did you build this house?
No.
Did the gentleman break something? Did he cause something to make you come out? We're not getting clear answers. You ready, Derek? Just let me know when you're ready. How are you feeling?
I actually don't know.
Can you move it to me for yes, because we need clear answers if you need help. Move it for me for yes, to Zach for no.
Is it because I'm at the table?
What was that?
I don't know. It was like there.
I might be around there. Just leave it.
No, I'm just wondering what it was.
Because I've been hearing it stuff all the
He's
time
here.
over there.
Yes, he is.
He's here.
Get back down into the
Yep. Was that you just then? Are you feeding up us being scared?
I'm not afraid either.
I'm not afraid.
We're not afraid.
Not in the slightest, to be honest with you.
No. Do something that makes us afraid.
It's alright.
Jeff was in there wondering what that hand was.
Come on.
Come on, shows that you're here. If you're willing to show that you're scaring lads that are here, show us your weakest piece of scum.
Do something that will make us scared. Show yourself.
Got him out of the room now, Parker. Around the room.
I think it's that you're afraid.
Are you afraid that we might get you away from this building tonight?
Are you too strong for that, are you? No, that means you don't feel strong enough. Yes, you just feel strong.
He's strong. Exactly what's wrong with him.
What?
He doesn't want me in this room at all.
Doesn't want you in this room, or what you feeling? In the next room.
Yeah, on one part of the video there was kind of a strange sound, like somebody was drinking something, a large gulp and a bit of a groan or something like that. I vaguely remember hearing something like that, but I was more, I think, more in tune with Veronica's interpretation. She heard it clearly. Myself, I barely heard something. Couldn't be sure, you know, sometimes in these locations you can hear stomach noises, but this was a clear gulp. It was like somebody was trying to get something out. And what we've come across is depending on the strength level of a spirit, it depends on their response. So I felt there was a presence there, but it was trying to speak but hadn't enough power to speak, and it was a kind of a gulp sound. But very interesting sounds to get. I mean, when it happens, you just have to be on your toes and not panic.
I was taken aback by the sound phenomena. It didn't sound nice. I knew in my head I had to remain in control and focused, even if things were getting a tad threatening. With a gulping and grunting noise heard, it didn't feel nice.
The team made their way into Colin's bedroom. Derek and the lady were starting to sense more energies coming in.
Are you with our friend Derek at the moment? Is there more than one person here? Is there just one person in this room at the moment? Is there 2 people? Three people. It's 2. Is it you and Seamus? James, are you here with us, James? Were you talking to us the other night, James? Move the glass towards me if that's right, James. What are your feelings are?
There's definitely somebody else.
Move the glass towards me if you're protecting this house. Move the glass towards me if you're not protecting this house. Not certain. Right, we're getting it. How are you feeling? Hello? What's your name?
What's to me?
Yeah, okay.
It's shaking, it's very strange. I've been shaking since I came in.
Okay. I think we're going to leave it for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then we'll see if the lads get.
Come on.
What's your name?
Francis.
Francis. Got a second name. O'Rourke. Is it a gentleman or a lady? A woman.
Very soft.
Soft. What age is she?
Mid-30s. Dark hair, totally black. She's holding something in her hands.
Up in her sleeve.
She's saying we've got to leave.
You've got to leave.
Yeah.
Is she in protection of us?
She's afraid.
She's in fear.
Is she saying that there's bad spirits?
Oh no, she's really afraid. She's not saying.
Is she afraid for us or for herself?
Oh, she's seen something, but she doesn't want to say what.
Did the gentleman that live here, and
She doesn't want to talk about that. We must leave.
Does she know how many people, spirits that are around this building?
She's never looked. She's just frightened.
Is she fighting the other people that are in this place?
She's just scared.
She's scared.
Yeah. She's not saying what she won't say what.
What year was she born?
Mid-1800s.
What did she die of, or what does she know she's dead?
She coughed a lot. Yeah, she knows she's dead already.
She's warning us about other things that are around here.
I think she is,
yeah. Does she know if these bad spirits are druids or...
There's a well nearby, she said. There's a well nearby here somewhere.
Well, yeah. Is that linked? Is that linked to what's been going on recently?
I don't know if she's going away.
Does she stay at this house? Is she just visitation?
She used to work here.
Did she see bad things happen here?
She's just saying the well.
And what's the name of the well? Sorry?
Called something. I don't know. I can't understand it.
Gort.
I don't know. I can't really hear. Gort something.
Is it around the north of here?
East.
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 Tell me, Francis.
No more.
No more. Okay. Thank you. You right, sir?
Yeah, she's gone.
Okay.
Getting
Same as the other night.
cold. I think the same person was me that was Zach. I'm getting a figure of a black lady, black haired lady, or a black shawl or something.
Black shoes.
Black shoes. You got a good description there, lad. Black shawl as well, yeah?
I'm getting killed in my mind. Killed.
It's a bit different now.
No, he's still with me as well. He's telling me later on.
What's that?
Whatever was with me last night.
There's got to be.
No, he's still here.
He's still here. You go to let them come forward. Asking him. Were you talking to us earlier? You would have got towards me if that's true. Are you, is your name John? Okay. Right, sorry. The lights. The fire, yeah?
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah, okay. Where are you at this moment, John?
Movement upstairs now.
No?
I just heard movement upstairs as well.
Yeah, he's with me.
That's one hand.
And Derek.
Okay. Are you on your own, John? You would have to me if that's yes. You would have to me if it's no. Feeling that.
Do you hear them hanging upstairs, guys? Huh?
No, I'm not hearing anything. Do you hear anything? Thomas? There was a thought of interpretation at that point. What had I got myself and the rest of the team into? Derek and a lady decided to go up to Colin's bedroom. I stayed in the kitchen, but not for long though. John Paul advised me not to go upstairs, yet I did. If I knew now what I do now, I shouldn't have gone up. That's a second. I did pressing on the radio saying hello.
That was me.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, we just some water there, lads.
What, John?
Water.
Glass of water?
Yeah.
Let's go for a pee.
There's Paul.
Downstairs. Princess, will you get some water?
Yeah. You alright, man? You okay, yeah? Sorry, don't worry. It's gone now.
He's not. He's going to be back. He'll be back.
You need to know the explanation. That's why he's here.
Did you know? Did you come? Do you know
Here's some water,
any
lads.
answers?
No, he's not with me anymore. It's the
No,
he's
yeah,
going
yeah,
to be
yeah,
back.
yeah. Yeah. Cheers.
Oh, that was for drink.
Yeah, go. Get up first. You just sit up first.
Are you alright?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
What happened there?
I asked him to explain himself.
And what did Derek do? He did her.
Flew at me and they went round to his throat.
No, you just came from my.
You did it.
I just let him go towards me, but you know. There's only so much with a walkie-talkie and a pen and notepad you can do. No.
Sorry for.
no, he's, you know, he came for me there, but I know I'm not going to hit him there. Like.
Oh no, but I just.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Spear tackle. And I wouldn't mind, right? I only barely got the door open. I was kind of coming in like that, and I was afraid of getting into it. And then I didn't know what that was.
Bouncing days.
But see, listen to me honestly. It only wanted you to come up.
Yeah, wanted me to come up.
I was standing down there, and I told you I could see it looking down, waiting for.
No matter what you were saying.
He wanted you to come up. You just wanted you.
I
suppose he didn't want me around. Yeah.
He didn't want you. When I was coming up, it was telling me to ignore you.
Yeah, to ignore me.
Completely ignore you. Yeah. But my head was just fucking going 90 like.
I know, yeah.
We're not going to get answers off him or anything.
No. He's just going to try and attack you.
It's a very irrational spirit.
So the best thing we can do is.
I don't think it is irrational. I think it's got a lot of direction.
Oh, no, it's exactly what it's doing.
It's just. Yeah.
It had a motive there, like I knew it.
Yeah.
I was standing right next to Derek.
Yeah.
And he literally almost threw me, but not at me at all, just boom.
Yeah.
That way.
Yeah.
But,
yeah. It's adamant of Derek and I.
Yeah, to get it.
Because it knows
me mainly.
Johnny is, to
get at me, yeah.
Yeah.
You down.
Yeah. Oh. I didn't hit you.
No, not saying that. No.
Yeah.
No.
You scratched my hand by that.
All I can just remember is just waking up and just seeing you over me.
Yeah. I know. You were completely out. I knew you were a different person. I knew it. I said it to you before.
Yeah, I knew I was going to harm
the
you.
Noises that you were making weren't even.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? They were demonic, like.
Yeah. But like more people.
And we'll get this place fucking blessed.
Can I give you one for?
Cheers.
And I'll say the.
For Nino and.
I'll say the prayers. I'll say the prayers.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
See if we might be able to get.
I think.
Would you be up for? Would you be up for?
There's one other possibility. There's one other possibility.
That's what I'm here for today. That's what I'm here for.
There's one other possibility, Anto, that he's doing this to attack you. Is that he knows you'll be able to.
No, and the next time if you're coming up and you bring John, because I swear to God, he's powerful.
Yeah.
I ran through fucking, like I could feel running through. I could feel like I was. This fella is huge.
Yeah,
he's bigger than you, John.
Stronger,
he's stronger than you, John. Like this is what's coming across me.
I'm a dirty. But like I say, that was a trap he set up here. I said it to Derek, don't come up. He was peering out. But I think it might be to do with the fact that
my friend Derek seemed to lose control of himself. Seemed like a possession. I think we were downstairs. And I heard something over the walkie-talkie, so I rushed upstairs and found Derek kind of getting a bit heated with Anthony. And Anthony's a placid, nice individual, so I thought, oh, this isn't right. So then I realized Derek wasn't himself. I've known Derek a long time. I've never seen anything like this happen. So my immediate reaction, maybe it was something a bit strange, but I spear tackled him to get him away and get him into a subdued state. I mean, he was stronger than I give him credit for, but we held him down, didn't we?
I can remember Derek pacing fast up towards me. I had one hand a walkie-talkie and in the other a notepad. I was probably curious to see what the entity called John inside Derek would do. I was pinned right up against the wall of the room.
Yeah.
I remember just waking up and seeing you over me.
I know, man.
And even you with your full weight on me, I didn't feel that you had your full weight on me.
I know, because it's all good.
In the kitchen, Derek used his finger to make a symbol on the window. Amidst the moisture on the pane of glass was what looked like the symbol of inner peace. Maybe this was the last sign of compromise before the exorcism. After a short break, the team entered Colin's bedroom. The exorcism was about to commence.
Right, so don't.
I'm not moving.
You're live on TV
here.
now, so please don't fucking sit.
We just stay here and we're not going to move.
Yeah, just don't block around here, okay?
And I won't use the holy water.
Okay, and if anyone feels a bit nervous, get out of here.
If anyone feels a bit nervous, run out, okay, Paul?
I have DVDs there.
I'm serious.
Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye. Right, somebody else in the glass as well. We need. You willing? You willing?
I'm willing as well.
You willing? Okay.
Everyone, I'm
Quite
willing.
so. Ready? You turn off the light?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the lights turned off.
Okay, let's get things going. We're gonna ask. We're gonna ask if they're here first.
Is anybody present with us now? Is that you again, John? Is it somebody who's been present here before? Move the glass if there's somebody here with us now.
Come forward, come forward, come forward, come forward, come forward, then. Come forward, come forward, then. That's what we're gonna do. Sounds keeping going. I command.
Got ya.
Mother, Father,
I've got you, John.
in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit.
No!
You leave this house, you leave this dwelling. You leave this house, you leave this dwelling. Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this house now. You do not belong in this house. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this house now.
Come on.
Aries, Dominus, Meteor, Tus, Angelus, Santantia, Inge Domus, Tria Qui, Habitate Hic.
He did it!
Meteor,
He did it!
Bittinus, Fascius, Dominius.
Is who's talking? Is he talking on the phone?
No.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I command you to leave this house. I command you to leave this house.
Leave this house.
Leave this house. I provoke. I rebuke you. I command you to leave this house as dwellings, to leave everybody else in this house here and forth after. Ask him to come forward now.
Derek, come forward. Derek, come forward. Derek, come forward.
Alright, Derek, come forward.
Come on, Derek, we're strangling this guy. Come forward. Come forward. Come forward.
Alright, Derek. See you, Derek. Okay, man.
Who'd you see, Derek?
Here's nothing in today.
Okay. This one. Alright?
Yeah.
Alright, but it's saying the same words around this house with the holy water. Just look after them. Angelus, Sententia, Intra Hic Domus, Tia Qui, Habitate Hic, Martia Animus, Dimalis, Cogita Teto, Et, Pius Sentia, Urbum Humanus, Hic, Zias, Benefacis Dominus. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command this a holy place, a safe place. I command those that are of evil doing to have left this place and for not to return. Amen.
Amen.
How are you feeling, Dad? He's not moving.
He's still very there. It's very cold.
He's still here, yeah?
Just really like. Let's see now.
Do you want to check with the glass?
Right. We'll have a break from everything now, you know.
No, do the glass again.
Yeah.
Just to check. Let's just see.
I said give it a minute because we might be calling back something that. No? Okay.
That's really, let's stay here.
Give it 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes.
When he was in the thing, he was saying sorry, they killed her, they killed her.
Yeah, they killed her, they killed my wife.
They killed my wife. I'm sorry, they killed
How
her.
old was the house?
What was that?
That was coming
That's
out
what
of
he
it.
said.
Yeah, yeah.
They killed, if you want to write it down.
Yeah.
They killed
sorry.
her, they killed her, they killed
And
my
I
wife.
don't know, did he say
He said
John?
he killed my wife.
I think he said he killed my
He killed my wife. Yeah. No.
I think maybe with some direction.
He said someone, he killed my wife.
He killed my wife. He killed my wife. I'm sorry, he killed my wife. We weakened, isn't it? Or something like that. Oh, it's still here.
When you did it, you told me I should bought my Bible.
I could have bought my Bible.
Give him warm and all.
Which means as a present, definitely.
Big.
And definitely the strength there.
I'll just video that up. Lads, just all hush down below, yeah? I'm doing it on my own up here, like.
Do you want him to go into the next room with the lads, yeah?
Yeah.
Just go into the next room with the lads, alright? And wonder, no matter what, don't come in here.
Yeah.
Alright? No matter what you hear or anything, don't come in. Yeah, we're recording it if you want to see it after we show you. If you want to go in there, it's probably safer. Don't worry, we're downstairs. Okay?
Right, Jonathan, I want you to hold a candle there, you know?
I know. I'll make sure we're recording.
Okay. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you, evil spirit, to come out of this place. Right, that's it. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to come out of this place. I rebuke you. You will not longer be here. All those that have evil thoughts, evil doings, I command you to leave this place. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this place. In the name of Jesus Christ, I rebuke you. Leave this place now. I'll just do that prayer one more time.
Yeah, what?
I ask for the angels of guidance, the angels of judgment to come down, Lord. Make them come down and vanquish any evil spirits of evil doings in this dwelling, to send them to the rightful place. Make sure they go away, do not return. I ask this, dear Lord. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. What are you getting? I felt heat right down my legs.
Yeah, I know. Look at this, what's happening. See what's happening with the window? See the thing being wiped out?
Yeah.
It's beginning.
Yeah.
Whatever's happening is working. Definitely. See that mark going across? That wasn't there when we started.
The lady and I stayed with Colin that night to keep him company. We broke the news to him that whatever spirit was here hadn't gone away, only weakened. It was that discussion between the few of us that we finally came to the conclusion of what might have contributed to the haunting. The spirits were trying to tell Colin to get his life back on track. He had recently become a dad, but unfortunately he went down the slippery slope of drinking alcohol and taking drugs. we were to find out the night an entity was alleged to be trying to come in through the side door. Colin and his friends were intoxicated, causing high levels of paranoia.
Was it genuine? I suppose, my own opinion, I'm skeptical by nature anyway. Dealing with a group of young people, possible added chemicals on board. I felt they were just looking for that Ghostbusters moment, you know. But in saying that, no matter who calls us, if they're in trouble, we go in with an open mind. We don't go in and form an opinion based on what they tell us. We tend to do the investigation based on science and based on our own experiences and what we feel with various team members. So regardless of if they needed our help or not, we'd still go in, you know, still go in. If we form an opinion that it's just bogus, that's fine. We'll turn around and just say it's bogus. But, you know, you always have to go in with a clear mind, not to take everything that the person says to you literal, because a lot of it can be fear-mongered and so on.
The spirits were confused or either reluctant to be around the team and I, probably concerned what was going to happen. There was no exorcism needed, just a plain and truthful chat needed in strictest confidence. Instead, we were the problem. The ethos had been disturbed. We had to make amends. Some of the team felt puzzled about the outcome of our chat with Colin, but delighted nonetheless. We had found out what had gone wrong.
Anthony, Derek and the lady returned the next day to the house, this time with an altered perspective.
We did a healing ceremony. Flowers were offered as forgiveness. Afterwards, the room felt brighter after prayers were offered to the souls we had encountered.
Yeah, the exorcism part, never been part of an exorcism before this, never really thought I would be, but this house, this location in general was just one of the most strange situations we were ever put into. My thoughts on exorcism: I'm Catholic. Anyone who's Catholic will know that you believe in God, you believe in heaven, hell, whatever. But I do believe in exorcisms, be it on a spiritual level and a mental level. Some people just need to hear everything is okay, and other people actually need some spiritual intervention. And again, I think it goes down to the mind. But in this particular instance, things were hotting up in the house, and Anthony and myself just in a moment decided we're going for this. We're going to do an exorcism. We're going to banish what's here and get it out. And for some reason, just autopilot took over. We went around that house and we followed what we know from the Bible, what we know from blessing and holy water, and what we believe in, both of us, even if it's different or the same. And we just went for the exorcism. And in my opinion, it worked. We felt in control, we felt safe, and it was exciting. There's no doubt about it. It was very exciting. My final thoughts on exorcisms: still a skeptic. Would love to see one in action, but it's just so hard to differentiate between a mental instability and who needs an exorcism. You know, I don't think there's ever been a definition between the two, bar from the Catholic Church. So I'm still a skeptic, but excited by the thoughts of it, and being a part of it again would be unreal.
myself. Okay, there you go, folks. That was the Sinful Exorcism of 2009. So we're here for a few questions. If you have any questions on that there, feel free to put it forward. Hey, JP, how you doing? Hey, John Paul, can you hear me?
One second,
Can
I'm
you hear
turning
me?
up my volume.
It's fine now.
No
How's it going?
worries. How's it going there? So that was it, the Sinful Exorcism of
Yeah.
2009,
Just
and
left about
hopefully,
the medical.
hopefully, Paul O'Brien says smiley face. I think Paul, that came with the smiley face was when Derek was
Yeah, I
channeling.
think
Derek
so.
was channeling there, and I will talk about Derek now in a second there, and as well, Veronica, who was there that night. Veronica was there that night. Veronica, John Paul's sister, there was there that night, and she was behind the camera. And probably Veronica would know all well to herself there how much the situation was that we had over the few days beforehand, and in the situation of that night. John Paul, can you take us back there if you have any more feelings before I add my bit?
Wow. Well, this was my first watch of the documentary. I never saw this footage, so I haven't seen anything like it since 2009. But it's surreal. I don't think it does justice to the whole investigation. That investigation was nearly a week long, and there was just so much going on just in the house, and there was so much going on with the people that live there. I think a lot of people get hung up on locations that they're haunted and so on. But I think a lot of the time you got to look at the people first and make sure everything is okay with them before you determine that there's a problem in the location. I think that's something we learned an awful lot back then. I mean, we were pretty new to the whole scene, but I think it was a controlled team effort in the end.
It was a control. I don't know how controlled we were, and I suppose that's with like. I suppose it's great. I suppose we put this out because we thought like we got some with this lockdown there. It's the only time we've done an exorcism. Probably the only other time that we'll ever do one. Now, you know, whatever. But this is, I suppose, you want to jump, but I suppose the thing is that we were probably what we knew from religion and probably the media, films. That's what we brought into the investigation. We didn't have any help from the outside, really.
No.
Probably back then with other teams that were back then there, and I suppose the other way of dealing with it is that we tried every other options, and I suppose if we were to learn from it, to tell any other person or paranormal team or any person in another paranormal team, is to say, have an honest conversation with the client, really get to know them, get to say, and even for a client, even as well, to be honest to the paranormal investigator. That's the main thing, because we didn't know anything, and in the end of the day, it was something simple as a drink and other narcotics there that caused.
Yeah,
it was definitely haunted. But what was there?
Definitely.
It did work, as you said. You reckon it did work?
Yeah, I think definitely there was something going on in the background, but there was also a problem in the house. But I think the most important thing we learned was team. We quickly discovered a team at that stage, who you could trust and who you can't trust, and who you can bring together and who you can't bring together. I mean, myself and you, we don't rehearse what we do, and even Sinead, like, we barely meet up 5 times a year, but when we do, we all just flick. We go into motion together. There's no, oh, do this, there's no, do that. We just go into motion. I think that's a very important part that started the whole journey to GhostÉire that night.
And I suppose, like, as on a spiritual plane, whatever was there, we had no entitlement to get rid of it. There was no way. As we were saying, as I asked, did the exorcism work? It probably did, but it probably weakened the spirit. It had nowhere to go. It was like banging somebody in your own bedroom out against the wall. There was no door to get out of, no wherever they're supposed to be there.
Yeah.
So that's why it was felt that the energy was still there. But once we actually found, by just talking to the client afterwards, the person, and just having to sit down when everyone else was gone, and just he actually opened up, and then it was actually to do with himself, getting himself back in order. But no doubt as well, you could hear the bangs. Like, I don't know if you're listening back over, folks, if you're listening back over, you can hear the grunting sound at the beginning, and I think it actually appeared earlier than when we heard it there. But Veronica said that she did hear it earlier. And I think that's where you can hear this like grunting. We were all asking each other, who was it? Whatever was there was confusing, didn't want to go on there. Sinead, what do you think there of?
It looked quite intense after a while. You know, the energy was building up to that like crescendo.
It was. It's a situation that we've learned as well from there. Like, you know, as just talking about Derek now, I was talking to Derek because I got permission from Derek to use it. Derek's a great friend of ourselves there. Sinead has met him as well there, and he is channeling now as well. He felt stuff. He let the spirits come into himself there, and I would trust Derek. I would say the only thing as well is that I probably won't be able to carry on from working on the gift he's got, but he was probably. There's definitely something about that would have attracted spirits in towards him there, you know. And I suppose.
Derek's a sensitive soul. He's a nice guy. There's no badness in Derek. Which, you know, like you say, he's channeling spirits. He's kind of an easy target for the spirits in that sense. You know, he's just a sensitive soul, nice guy. There's no malice about him, so. I trust him in all that he's done, and it was a surreal experience to see him taking over in that respect.
Mary wants to know.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, sis.
It seemed to be like quite contained, you know, like quite constricted, the environment there. I don't know. I know the house. It looked quite small from what I could see.
It was kind of like that was like an attic conversion in the old days. You know, it's like the very, very old houses. They had very low roofs and the bedrooms up high. But it was a constricted house. Yeah, there was no real movement.
And there was so much to it. Like, there was so many types of like, it was supposed to be a priest house. It was supposed to be on the road outside as well. It's supposed to be unusual stuff was happening. And when we found out as well, I forgot to add that there was like unborn children were buried in and around there, and there was cases to do with the changeling fairy there around that area, to do with a lady who killed her own child because she thought was a changeling. But as well, like it's you know, I suppose learning from it there, we turned. I suppose the only good thing that we did was we changed our minds on this certain perspective, and it did feel like warmer going back into there, and it felt less bad. Did you feel, May? So, did you feel at any stage that you could lose control of the situation?
Did I feel I'd lose control? No, never. I was very excited about the whole thing. You know, I think when we started GhostÉire first, my role is kind of in the background, you know, doing a few bits and pieces, but I always hope, and it's everybody, I just want to see it in front of me. I want to see the ghost, I want to see the spirit, I want to feel it, I want to this, that, and the other. So no, I never was out of control. I never felt at any stage that I was out of control. I felt actually the complete opposite, that I was in complete control. It was a strange feeling. But I think, like I said, going back to the whole team thing, we click. Myself, you, Sinead, Laurie, all the team. No matter how many times we meet each other, which is very rare, and even rarer now because of COVID, but anytime we get together, it's just a flows of emotion. It flows perfect. So I think because of the team, I felt in control.
Yeah, and I was completely out of my depth. I was just there, like,
How did you feel, Anthony? Like,
Jesus, I felt, as I said, it was probably one of the easiest places. Like up on that stairs there, I could feel being watched there, and it was like as you said, it was a build up where things were hotting up there, and there was no other alternative because the explanations weren't given to us. Then we felt that the clients were actually innocent there, and we just tried to do the best we could there. And I suppose, and in control. Only after, and as you see the last few words there, days, months, years passed, and he was able to get on with his life. It was a situation that was just himself there that needed to get himself in order and not the spirit world there. But Paul O'Brien says, why did he get you in? Just curious. Well, he saw, he got us in because there was stuff there. It was a house. It was active.
Yeah.
He was paranoia and he was experiencing it more. And it was only like probably just it was 11 years ago next week it happened. So it was just after Halloween there, and the house there was a strange situation. As I mentioned in the documentary, there was a strange musty smell. Like John Paul said, he could hear knocking sounds,
noises, jumping,
and you could hear it there with the EVP there, the grunting and the groaning there. It did feel uneasy there. Veronica says, your sister says, was I the best camera woman ever? You were, Veronica. I didn't see all the footage. You were just behind the camera all the time.
Natural talent.
Brian McMahon says, a few years ago, we went to a location and the guy in the house told us about things going on halfway through the investigation. He told us about him and his mates drinking and drugs and calling out for spirits. He didn't know that the house was used for bad things a few years earlier, but a medium sorted it out. That's, in fact, true, Brian. There, like
it's like kids, don't do drugs. It's quite simple.
It's true. As you were saying there, it's you're only there, you're halfway through, and then you find out the actual real truth once you get to know the person more. There, it's interesting. Brian McMahon from Belfast Paranormal Investigators. Happy Halloween, Brian. So we're still continuing on. We'll just wait for our next guest, Rosemary from Pucker Paranormal there. Sinead, I suppose if John Paul, you're probably going to head off. Would you want to stay on with it?
I'm gone. I'm going to watch the documentary again and try and see if I can pick up more stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, I gave you the last few minutes there, John Paul. I'll let you.
No, it was lovely. No, it was well done. Credit to the two of you guys. Really was excellent.
During all COVID time, we all
listen.
Got our bits in there, like so.
But listen, we want to put it out there to everybody watching us. I just want to say, if you can find me the most haunted location, I'm there.
True, and I suppose it's just
so Sinead and Anthony, by the way.
It was a learning curve for ourselves as well as GhostÉire, and it was something like, I suppose, in the time when people are showing like how they deal with like movies, how they're dealing with demons, like kill the ghost, kill the spirit, whatever. This is a time when we made a mistake in some way. I made a mistake. John Paul was good. I made the mistake of not doing the proper job.
Listen, it's a collective. We.
It's a collective mistake. Okay. All right, so JP, I'll talk to you later, bro. Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
See you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, we have our next guest. It's Rosemary Fahy from Pucker Paranormal.
Hello.
Can you see me? Can you hear me, Rosemary?
Good evening. Hi.
Oh, perfect. We got you on there. It's perfect.
I'll have to go to that story again in the book.
It's great. How you doing, Rosemary? I know you've been busy today. There, tell me, how's your Halloween been going?
I'm hearing around 3 conversations at the moment.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I can't hear anybody, or I can't see anybody.
I can see
you, Anthony.
Both, yeah.
Okay. Maybe it's just us talking over each other. I'll take the question slowly.
I'm good.
I suppose there's a bit of delay.
Halloween is busy. I was working, so basically that kept me busy for the day and just watching all the fireworks and stuff, and seeing trick-or-treaters.
Okay. As Rosemary, there is there like we were talking about sensitive cases there.
Yeah.
I suppose, and we just come off from the documentary there. Is there like how do you deal yourself with sensitive cases?
Basically what it is, I've done a few cases with some other teams, and what we've done, we've talked to the people involved. There was one house in Waterford, and we found out just a bit of background information about what had happened in the house and what was going on, if anything had changed in the house, what they had done. And basically what had happened is they had moved some furniture, and they were getting some results of the furniture. So we went down and met up with them, and just they were telling us what things had happened. We met 4 very scared guys in the house who had a massive big wardrobe falling over on top of them. Not on them, but against a wall, lights flickering on and off. They were just really scared. So we'd only just heard a few little bits about what was going on, and just sat down with them for a while just to talk to them, because they were scared. They didn't know what was going to happen. And we arrive in going, hi, with a kit full of stuff, bags and boxes of stuff, and they don't know. They're thinking Hollywood, the lights are going to flicker, the house is going to burn up, and there's going to be parties everywhere. We're like, no, not really as exciting as you think. So we just had a chat with them about what was going on. 1 or 2 of them were total non-believers, going, no, this is all wrong, this is nothing, it's the electrics, and just check out parts of the house and get their side of the story, what's going on. Make sure they were comfortable with us being in the house as well.
Do you get many of these people contacting you, many clients?
We get a few. There's a few. I've been very lucky. I work on my own mainly, but I've joined in with other groups. I've been asked to help, asked by them to help out. So it's a great honor to be asked by them. It's becoming more popular at the moment. Not popular, but more common. I think people are at home more. They're picking up on things that are going on in their houses. So the line is coming back. I'm hearing the conversation around 3 times in my ear. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
And I don't know if Sinead can hear us.
All right, Sinead. Okay. Sinead, you log out. You log out. And I'll just hide probably Sinead, and she'll get the picture there.
I'm still here. I can still hear myself talking in the background there.
You can hear me though, can you?
I can hear you, but I can hear myself as well.
Okay, it could be feedback there.
Yeah,
okay,
that's it. It's the feedback.
Okay. Maybe just try the earplugs out there. Maybe just with the earphones. The earphones.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. There. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can still get get it on it.
Okay. I don't know the feedback. There's somebody having a party probably in the background.
I'm hearing it. I feel like I'm hearing around 10 different voices.
Okay. What I do is I'm gonna mute my. Yeah.
Will I disappear?
You disappear, and I'll come back to you in a later there, Sinead. Okay.
Come back to me later on. Yes.
It's a Dublin thing. You're too close to each other.
Okay.
Can you hear me now, Rosemary?
I feel like I'm hearing around 10 different voices. Okay.
Are you? Yeah, as Paul O'Brien says, are you live? Can you see me? Are you on Facebook as well?
I'm still here.
Okay. What I do is maybe if you just log out and come back in.
Okay, am I to log out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You log out and come back in. Perfect. Just me now, guys. So, we're just talking to Rosemary there, just about cases there, sensitive cases there. So, what coming up more on the show? Stay tuned as well. We've got Sarah Chomasio from Living Life in Full Spectrum in Australia. She'll be talking about photography and also the Black Rock House, a haunted house in Australia. Sarah's got a great website there as well. You should check it out there, but we'll talk about that later there. Jenny says, hi, Jenny. Jenny was talking to us earlier. Jenny, I'll just see if I can get Rosemary back on again. 3, 2, 1. Hi, can you hear me now? Yeah, it's probably just it's technical stuff again as usual. But as I was going to say that, do you get many? Oh, yeah, as you said, you were just saying about many cases.
Yeah, I think people are just they're at home more and they're becoming more conscious of what's going around them in their environment. They're picking up things. It's quieter, right? And people they're more conscious of what's going on in their homes, and they hear things that they haven't heard before. Sometimes it's just like pipes or something like that, or in the house. But sometimes when you just can't explain things like furniture falling over, or lights, or just things moving, it's not your day-to-day run-of-the-mill stuff that will happen in our house. So I'm getting more people contacting me over, sending me private messages asking, is this common? What do they do? People asking about children. I've had 1 or 2 people asking about children that have been, when they walk into a certain part of the room, they just start hysterically screaming, which is really you're going, not the nice thing to hear about kids. So it's just trying to find out the basic background of what's going on in the house, if there is any tension and stuff between families. It is a tense time, so people will pick up on things. It's tough for people, but it's becoming more common. I even have people who are like friends of mine asking me as well about stuff. So it is more common.
Have you come across any scary situations yourself with the private cases?
The most recent one I did, there was 3 spirits in the house that we came across. And 2 of them we knew who they were. We were able to, like, from information that we got and evidence from doing the rods and asking questions and spirit box, we were able to find out who the people were, and that was fine. But there was a 3rd spirit, and just when you walked into this room, the room was ice cold. There was things happening in this room. They were disturbing. Again, it was with children. They were disturbing the child sleeping in the room. And it was kind of like just the feeling you got in the room going, it wasn't right. There was just, and you were going, this person, they shouldn't be here, but they also don't want us here. They're quite happy to stay. They were just, the atmosphere was just horrible. Whereas the other 2 spirits, it was more familiar feeling with them. They were family members. They were there to pass on a message. This other
before I could carry on there, sorry, Rosemary, I don't know if there's a sound problem there. People are just saying that they can't hear you there. So what I do, probably, I suppose I can hear you fine, perfectly there. It's just probably people on the outside. It could be that. It could be the storm as well there.
Yeah.
But I think we can. I was going to say she's very quiet, barely here.
See it there.
All right, so
For a change. Noisy.
it's Halloween. But if you want to just try and log in and log out, just one more try there again. Sorry, now, sis.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rosemary's just going to just try and log in and log out there. Thank you, Irene and Sinead and Bridget there. So yeah, if you have any private cases yourself, or if you're listening to this and you think you're at the location, you need help, feel free to contact us on our website, www.GhostÉire.net. Go to the contact page and just fill in the blanks there. Also, we can, if within your area, we could probably forward your message to another paranormal team or association that might be able to help with the process there as well. So Rosemary's back in again. And you should have Rosemary again. Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 1 2. Okay. Well, what we're going to do is probably, or I'll try and get back Rosemary there again after. I'm going to show the interview with Sarah Chomasio from Living Life in Full Spectrum. Now, we were talking to Sarah about photography and Black Rock House. So I'm just going to go through how you can contact us whilst I'm trying to sort out that. So you can contact us via our website, www.GhostÉire.net. Fill in the blanks. If you have a private message, just write in brackets private message. If you're affiliated with any paranormal team or an organization, to feel free to name your organization, just put in brackets the name of your organization and we'll get back to you there. So yeah, if you hopefully this is the end of season show. I just upload the video. Sorry, 1 second, folks. I hope you're all having a happy Halloween there. It looks staring at me, seeing how the bedroom is. My wife Jennifer actually did the face paint there on myself there. So this is the document. This is the interview with Sarah Chomasio from Living Life in Full Spectrum, and so it's to do the it's very interesting if you're looking into photography or any places in Australia. So she's got a lot of information and it's well worth to check out. So this is the interview of Sarah Chomasio. Hello and welcome to the GhostÉire channel. Tonight I'm joined by Sarah Chomasio of Living Life in Full Spectrum. We'll be talking to Sarah in a moment now, talking about the topics of photography and Black Rock House. But first of all, if you want to contact us, you can go to our website, www.GhostÉire.net, go to the contact page, fill in the blanks. If you have a private message, just put in brackets private message. Also, you can go to our website and follow up on this show on the GhostÉire channel by pressing the red button on the home page and see what has happened in the past. So, hi Sarah, how you doing? Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. It's a Halloween night for us, but I guess a bit earlier for you.
I know there's a bit of a time difference there. So tell us first there, so before we go on to the subjects, tell us a bit about yourself and a bit about Living Life in Full Spectrum.
Sure. I'm from Melbourne, Australia, if you haven't already picked up on the accent. And I run a blog called Living Life in Full Spectrum, which is a website, if you will, that's full of all sorts of informative information about different paranormal topics. I like to take a more educational or rational approach to paranormal research in terms of I like to give everybody all the information about different subjects, let them make up their own mind about what they think, and then they can go out and search for their own answers. So I cover a range of topics from photography, like we're going to talk about today, paranormal investigations, technique, equipment, experiments, parapsychology. And one of the areas that I love researching the most is actually about the psychology of the brain and all the different ways that the brain works against us and how we can use that information to our advantage when we're out on a paranormal investigation.
And so that's very interesting. Myself with the team GhostÉire, we call ourselves a psychical study team. So yeah, it's to do, we study the mind sort of, so we're more on the spiritual side. And it's interesting to find somebody like yourself there, because you have great knowledge in it there, and it's great to know that somebody who's doing this kind of genre in the paranormal. So we're going to start talking about straight onto our first topic, which is photography there. Now, I've seen it on the website. You know a great deal about photography there, Sarah.
Yes.
So So tell me about what sort of cameras do you use yourself?
I myself, because there's a range of different cameras that a lot of people use when they go on an investigation. Some people will use video cameras that have either night shot on it, which is a form of night vision, or both on a sort of digital camera or video camera, they'll use what is called an IR converted camera, which is basically where the filter has been removed from the front and they need an IR light to see, and that's where you get like that purple kind of hue to the photo. So that's kind of one of the most popular ones that people use. So I do use that kind of camera, and I also like to use just a regular digital SLR camera as well. That's sort of my favorite. I pop that up on a tripod and take some photos with that.
And as you know, we were talking, I suppose, photography. Is it, you know, people use mobile phones a lot. Is it wise to use a mobile phone today in just if you're trying to catch a ghost? Like, it doesn't mean if you're investigating. If you're just out and about in an old building, is it wise? Or in your own house, is it wise?
Look, a mobile phone can be really handy, particularly if you're in a situation and something's happening. It's something that a lot of people always have in their pocket. But I guess one of the things to understand is when you're in places of low light, the mobile phone is not quite reliable because, for example, and a lot of people probably know, when you take that photo, sometimes it can take 2 or 3 seconds to actually fire and you end up with a blurry photo. That's quite common on mobile phones, especially if the flash is turned off. So what you're left with is a really blurry mess of a photo, which can often be misunderstood. But I guess one of the things I always wonder is, when we have mobile phones right in our pockets, why is there not more really good photos of, I guess, something paranormal? You kind of have to wonder that. Nothing has improved in terms of paranormal photography for the last 100 years. There's still just these really grainy, bad photos. And with mobile phones as good as they are now, why is there not a really good photo out there? So it's handy, but I would be very, very wary.
As you were saying that, like spirit photography, it's taken such, it was so phenomenal in the Victorian era, and then it went out of the spotlight because of people using trickery and all that, or known to how to use the camera. As you mentioned, the filter there and the slow shutter speed as well. Is photography, is there a difference now? Would you use old photography yourself when going to buildings?
So I suppose there's an evolution of photography, as you've said, and so when you're talking about sort of Victorian era photography, that would sort of be impossible here today, because a lot of the exposure times were over a minute, so it definitely wouldn't be sort of even worth it. But when you look at there's a lot of old cameras with film, and then you can use film and also infrared film. A lot of people tend to think that, because that camera is using film and not a digital camera, that you can't Photoshop images, so there's less chance of trickery. But there's still just as easily they can pick up things like camera straps holding in front of the camera and things like that. So I don't necessarily think it's the equipment that you're using, but it's how you actually use it and your knowledge on how you actually use it, to make sure that you're not just picking up on things like a camera strap or a piece of hair, or you're picking up smoke or things like that. I think that's more important to understand than the equipment itself.
As I was going to ask you, the next question there is picturing, is taking pictures of ghosts, is it actual proof that there is a ghost there? And I suppose you just outlined a few of them. So do you reckon, do you believe a ghost is there?
I haven't seen a photo myself that would make me say yes 100% that there's a ghost there. I am able to debunk quite a lot of the photos I see just from little things like shutter speed and things like that. But equally so, there are some photos out there that I cannot explain, and I've even shown them to other people that are professional photographers, and from a photography point of view, they actually can't explain it. but it still doesn't mean that it's proof of something paranormal. And I guess it then opens up the discussion, what is acceptable proof of the paranormal? And I don't know if we're ever going to get to a point where there is something that scientifically to the whole community is going to be, yes, this is 100% proof, but it could certainly be something that you could say, well, this is evidence that there could be something there, but I wouldn't say that it's proof.
As you said, then is what do we determine is a ghost? Is it like a full figure? Is it some other shape, or what is a ghost there as well? And
exactly,
as you said, I suppose we don't want to know if it's 100% right, or else that'll take the edge out of paranormal investigating. We always,
it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
we work on that 1%.
yeah, true. We won't want the whole. We won't that'll finish the game. Then that would. So flash photography, what's your thoughts on flash photography? Should we use a flash when people are taking pictures?
Personally, I don't like it for a range of reasons. And one of the biggest reasons I think is a massive safety concern, particularly when you're on an investigation with other people. You're going around, most people will be investigating in the dark, and all of a sudden you have a bright light. You can actually blind someone, they can lose their bearings, and it can be quite dangerous. And I've seen that happen. And the other thing that happens is you've got this thing that's called dark adaptation. So when you get bright light in your eyes then take around 20 minutes to an hour to adjust to the dark settings again, and you can actually be seeing things that aren't there and mistaking a fire extinguisher in the corner for a person because your eyes aren't properly adjusted to your area around you. The other thing that can happen as well is flashes bounce off things, and so particularly when you're talking about things like orbs, a flash will bounce off dust, it will bounce off bugs, it will bounce off dust particles, it will bounce off the camera straps, it bounces off so many different things. By eliminating the flash, you're getting rid of the safety concerns, you're getting rid of things like orbs and things like that. Although they are still possible to kind of catch up in another form, because light does bounce reflect from other areas, but it takes that chance down. And the other thing to keep in mind too is when you're in historical locations, a lot of the time they don't want you to use a flash, because when you're looking at antique wallpaper, when it's actually exposed to a flash several thousand times, it actually wears on the wallpaper, and you might think, oh, I'm just taking 2 photos, my 2 flashes isn't really going to matter. But if you've got hundreds of people going through a building every single day, and every single person is taking a couple of flashes on their camera, all of a sudden the wallpaper will actually start to wear. So that's another reason why a lot of historical buildings won't allow people to take a photo with flash inside as well.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point. Yeah, like if there's an old building, artifacts, old museums there, and you have the wallpaper. Even myself, my partner there, I'll tell her not to do that anymore. Saves me wallpapering.
Yeah.
I'll tell her not to take any more pictures there. But it's I'm going to show you a couple of pictures now. This is what we've taken on investigations there. So, and I suppose you'll be able to easily pinpoint what is happening there with these pictures there. So this is taken at Leb Castle a few years ago, and we're in the bloody chapel. And what you see there, well, I'll explain it. It's in the bloody chapel, and it's sorry, I just put it up there. It's in the bloody chapel, and what you can see there, I'm going to explain the type of what the room is like. It's open to the sort of elements. There's windows open, and there's there's gravel on the floor. So what would you suspect is what's causing these white circles?
So I would say definitely a flash has been used, because you can tell by the way that the light is, and the way that it's actually bouncing off all of the sort of dust particles. This is one of the typical orb photos that you will definitely see. A lot of people may say, oh, you've caught a lot of spirits in that photo, but you're in a room that's exposed to elements, and you've got a gravel floor, and you guys are walking around, you're stirring up all of that, all those particles, and the flash is actually bouncing off all of those particles.
Oh yeah, no, the type of camera that was from a digital camera then as well, and it was as you said, it was a flash then as well, because the room was dark, completely dark. That's the other I've got to mention then as well. Here's another one. I won't show you any more rude pictures. Here's another one. So I'm just going to put this up on the screen. So I know. Now this is from a workhouse, Bourne Boy Workhouse in County Cavan, and this is the girls' dormitory. Now, my wife Jennifer was taking a picture of one of the team members, and what you can see is a shadow over in the far corner behind setting up a video camera. Now that would be myself. As people can see there, you don't see myself, but you see the shadow. What would you? What was happening with the camera on that? It was a digital camera.
Yeah. So whereabouts were you standing?
I was just standing behind the camera. There was, as you can see, there's a white light. That's my head torch. And
Yeah.
You don't see the actual myself there, but you see the shadow.
Yes. So what's happening is it's almost like your head torch is creating almost like a silhouette. And often what happens is when you've got sort of a bright light source and a person, you can kind of see. A lot of people do this with like sunlight photography, and often you might see sort of a person standing on the beach, and they'll be standing directly in front of the sun, and there's all the color around them, but they look like a black mass. So that's sort of it's sort of a shadowy silhouette sort of situation there that's likely caused by the head torch.
And I suppose that's as you said, you were going back to I suppose like light reflecting and going like the flash, then you see the shadows, then afterwards then like our eyes interpret it different ways. I suppose it's like we see a rainbow from from water, which is like a prism,
Yes.
It's like a lens then as well. I don't know. I'm just jabbering on. So does that
it makes perfect sense. And you also have to think about cameras work with mirrors as well. So light is bouncing through a mirror mechanism, and that causes all sorts of issues as well. So a lot to when you learn about photography is the main component of photography is light. And it's understanding about angles of light and how light works and getting that right angle of light onto your camera, because the light can do all sorts of things because of that mirror. And I know now they're making mirrorless cameras. I haven't used a mirrorless camera yet, but that would still, you would still be working with a lot of light, but you wouldn't have as many issues with light bouncing off the mirror, I would suspect.
That's very interesting there. And because I'm learning myself there, I'm still learning that. I won't be into the photography myself, but a partner wife is better with that. That's why I have to do all the wallpaper. But I got another picture now. This is another interesting topic because it's Halloween. That is the Victorian death pictures. Now I'm just going to put one up on the screen there. So just because it's Halloween, it's freaky there. This was this photography, like it wouldn't be still used today, would it?
So the reason that in the Victorian era that they used to kind of do this death photography is because people were quite poor, and often they wouldn't actually have any photos of family members, and so the only opportunity they could actually get a photo of them was when they were deceased. So that was one of the biggest reasons why there was postmortem photography. I do know that some customs may sort of do some sort of ceremony. I know a lot of people in certain cultures like to spend the night with a person who has passed over and pay their respects in that way, and they do take photos and things like that with them. But in terms of where you're in a studio setting and a proper post-mortem photography shoot, I wouldn't think that that would be something that would still be happening today.
I know it's an interesting subject. I know it's kind of in some ways it's morbid, but then again, it's the only way I suppose remembering they were very spiritual, the Victorians there. And I suppose that'd be one time of if I love to go back to would be the Victorian era there. So we're just going to talk about Blackrock House now, folks. There, and this is situated in Melbourne. Is it, Sarah?
It is in the suburb of Blackrock, ironically, which was named after Blackrock House. It's a homestead that was built in 1856 for a gentleman called Mr. Charles Ebden. and he was Victoria's first Auditor General, and it was made as it was built for him as his seaside holiday home. And yeah, it's quite a unique property. It has a massive castle gate with battlements and a big castle wall, underground cellar, beautiful homestead, and quite a lot of people until sort of recently didn't even really know what this eccentric house was, because now it's actually sits in the middle of a suburban street. It's quite unique.
And as you said there, the name probably gives it away. Has it got any link to Irish heritage or Irish background?
Yeah, it definitely does. So it was named after Blackrock Castle in Cork, as a tribute for Ebden's wife, who was just a massive fan of the castle. And there's actually in the ballroom area of the building, they've actually got a big sketch of the castle as well to pay tribute to that.
And what particular haunting happens there? So what type of?
Well, interestingly, there were a lot of stories, and I personally didn't believe some of them. There's been a lot of people that claim that they've actually seen the spirit of Mr. Charles Ebden himself, and I personally didn't really believe them, because I sort of thought he, because it was his holiday home, and he sort of only spent about 7 years on and off there. So, and then went back overseas because he was from South Africa, and he ended up going back to London. And I didn't think that he would have enough, like, I thought, why would he be there? Why would he be showing up there? And so many different people kept saying that they would see him. And there were a couple of particular occasions where people would come to me, because I run tours out of the location, and people would come to me and they wouldn't know much about Charles Ebden, because we don't go into the history beforehand on the tour. We kind of like things to unravel as the night goes on and let the house speak for itself. And this woman came up to me and she was really freaked out. She was it's this, typical story. A woman comes in, she's really skeptical about things, and then has an experience and is changed. And she was looking in the mirror and she saw a face looking sort of from the doorway into this mirror. And she just described, features saying, a big crooked nose and big sideburns and white sort of wild hair and a tall stocky man. And she goes, and then he was just looking at me. And then I showed her a picture and she says, yes, that's him. Who is that? And it was a picture of Charles Ebden. And this story has happened so many different times that now, I mean, I haven't seen him, but so many people have felt that they have seen him sort of just walking the halls, or just I guess keeping an eye on things, that it does make me think, well, maybe he is there.
Yeah, he's it's interesting when people get the same face as it's great to have pictures, as you say, going back to photography again, going back to people that past lived at a location there. It's great to have that to fall back on if somebody has a first-hand experience of a particular being. And as you said, do tours there. How often do you do the tours? I know with the restrictions at the moment there, but how regularly would you do it on a normal basis?
So each month we do, I do it with my brother, and each month we would do a regular 2-hour investigation, and then every 3 months we also do an extended 3-hour investigation. Next year we're going to do a bit more, just because we've only been able to do one this year, unfortunately, because of COVID, and we're still in lockdown here in Melbourne, so we're out for the rest of the year. But we're going to do some extra ones, and our tours are really popular. And one of the things is, because Blackrock House is so small, there's actually a restriction from the local council that you can't have any more than 15 people in the building at the same time. So our tour groups are small, so it's a really nice, intimate experience, but it's something that also makes it popular because people come back, and it doesn't take much to sell that many tickets. So we have to kind of keep up with the demand, and it is going to be difficult next year with social distancing and things like that. But we are very lucky that it's a building with several areas, so it will actually be easy to split up into smaller groups so that we can adhere to all of those sort of guidelines and things like that. But we're hoping to do at least 2 tours a month next year.
As you said, like the COVID restrictions there, it's going to be a completely paranormal investigating and doing paranormal tours, dealing with the public is going to be completely changed in the future. Is there, like as you said, is there a particular as people, as they said, the owner of the house, Ebden, he was assumed to be haunting a place. Is there a particular white lady that appears there?
There's lots of rumors. I mean, I think every location has a white lady. And back in the early 1920s, there was actually an article published in the local newspaper where these girls didn't know what the house was. A lot of people didn't back in the 1920s. It was just this weird sort of rundown house by that stage. And they came up to one of the caretakers and said, we want to go down into the basement, and because we hear it's haunted. And she said, what are you talking about? She says, oh, you know, the rumor around town is that it's haunted by this lady in white, and she was locked down in the cellar by her cruel husband because she was an invalid, and we want to go see the haunted basement. And first of all, there was no historical information that this woman existed. It was just, I guess, one of those rumors, and they were sent off on their way. And so ever since then, you know, there's all these sort of rumors and things about this lady in white. We have done a lot of stuff down in the basement, and no one has seen a lady in white, but there have been people that have felt that they have picked up on a lady. Whether it is the same story or just some sort of people are connecting the dots, we don't know, but we haven't found any evidence of this lady in white.
And as you said, like you got a blog, a paranormal blog, and is there any way people can contact you and read up about your research or information?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a website, which is llifs.com.au, and there's over 400 articles on there. I write about Black Rock House as well, and there's lots of galleries. But I'm also on Facebook as well. So if you look me up on Facebook as LLIFS Paranormal Blog, I've abbreviated it to make it easier to find. And you can, send me a message on there. You can email me, sarah@llifs.com.au. I'm all over the place, so really easy to contact.
And I've looked at the website there, and actually was a friend, another paranormal investigator, that tagged me onto your page there. And when I saw it there, it's like, wow, it's amazing. The information is just, it's if you're really into anything to do with the paranormal, or just history or photography or anything, or just science as well, this is well worth going into. So what are your plans for Halloween there, Sarah? Oh, sorry, today is Halloween. What are your plans?
Yeah.
What are your plans after Halloween now?
Halloween, we're going to be trying to do an online seance for some of our guests for Black Rock House, because we can't be at Black Rock House. So online seance, and see what we can do there, and just dress up competitions and things like that. I think a lot of people, unfortunately, we can't enjoy Halloween in the same way we normally do. So a lot of people are turning to online and things like this, which is fantastic. And I think this has actually been one of the really good things, I guess, to come out of the fact that we can't get out, is that there are so many more ways now to digest paranormal content. So many people are doing live streams and conferences and interviews and things like that. So people are finding other ways to express themselves, and that's one of the things I've been loving watching.
It's been great, Dan. It's been a great pleasure, and definitely, if you're up next year, we're finishing now, but we'd love to have you on the show again, a dedicated hour, over an hour, and show a bit more footage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And hopefully we are out, everyone in the world is out investigating by then. Sarah, it's been a great pleasure there, and thank you for joining us. Stay tuned, folks, as we're going to be talking more about the paranormal, and happy Halloween. And hello again. This is me, Anthony Kerrigan. You're watching a Halloween Extravaganza, and hopefully we'll be joined by Sinead. Can you hear me, Sinead?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, there's something working.
Something working. So we're still, hopefully, I don't know if we've still been live there for the past few hours. Hopefully that'll be going to bed soon. But coming up now soon, we're going to be showing the King John's Castle Paranormal Study, a short film, and we're going to be doing a roll call then of whoever's been on this past season. giving. We won't be on now until next year. So, but before then, if you have any more questions, feel free to put them forward there before we go and say sayonara. Mary Nolan, this is the person who actually tagged me to Sarah, who's just been on. Great seeing Sarah Chomasio from LLIFS.
Very interesting. Yeah.
She's a wealth of information, has a great knowledge in all aspects of investigating. Paul, man, you've been such a great man and such a stay that I can't believe I'm still awake. Never mind. Ye, well done, ye. Oh, thank you there, Paul. I really appreciate it. And thank you for being contacting us tonight. And it's been a pleasure there. And then if there's been some sort of entertainment as well, because there's not much to do, I suppose, with the country that we're in, Ireland, and it's great to have some places that you might know of or associated with close by to you there. What do you reckon, Sinead?
As in, like, going out and investigating?
No, I mean, like the past
local.
year, I suppose the past year with the channel.
With this channel and, like, you know, the interviews.
Yeah.
I think it's great. I think it's a fantastic thing. I think you've done a really, really great job on putting a platform out there for different paranormal teams or anybody who has an interest in paranormal elements to hop on board and give yourself or myself or whoever's on their say and how they go about their investigations or their experiences. I think it's fantastic. I think it's a really, really good kind of like kind of good community. Yeah.
And if I was just about to say that if you're interested in coming on a show, feel free. I'm open to anybody. It doesn't have to be a paranormal team. It could be to do with the type of subject of the paranormal. It could be to do with history. It could be to do with music, science, whatever. Writing as well. I'd be more than welcome. We'd be more than welcome to interview there. It'd be great to have you. So we're open to come back around April next year, and it's been great, really. If you have any more questions, feel free, because I suppose, was that it, Sinead? Shall we just say goodbye to everyone?
We could say goodbye, I suppose.
We could say goodbye. Or could we start singing there goodbye?
Yeah. The witch behind you is moving, by the way.
Is she moving? I don't know. There's somebody moving. This is probably going to get spooky there. But I thank you, Sinead.
And thank you for setting this up and for putting so much effort and work into all the behind the scenes and for
it's Jennifer, my wife, has actually done the face paint, so I can.
Yeah, she's turned Anthony into a pumpkin or a cat, or is it 2 in 1?
So just a couple more shout outs. Irene as well, thank you. Hello to you, Irene, and in up in California, or down or across, and Ray, to the rest of the family. Great show, you guys. We'll let you know tomorrow how the Winchester Mystery House night goes tonight. 4 hours to go. She's going to the Winchester House. Great.
Oh, wow.
Good luck, Irene. Love from everyone.
That's very exciting.
I hope you have a great time. I'd love to investigate that.
That'd be fantastic, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Mary from Back in Time Investigations. Great show. Thanks, guys. It was really pleasure. Finally got you on, Mary. Finally it worked there. Like the sound. Last time we're hoping to get Mary a couple of times. First time I was sick. The second time was a sound problem. But great to have you on tonight. We'll have you on again as well. Same with Suzanne. Thanks for a great show tonight. Really enjoyed you. We'll definitely have Back in Time Paranormal Investigations back on, and we'll definitely, hopefully, do an investigation in the future. And Paul O'Brien says, amazing guys. Fair Jews. Aced it. Oh, thank you, Paul. And so, next year we'll hopefully have a book out. Drowned Out Voices. This is the sort of sequel to The Rising of Haunted Island. I know it takes a while to write, and it's taken a bit of time there, but we'll inform you with more information on that soon there. So without further delay, me and Sinead are just going to do the final roll call of everybody else that's contributed to the show the past 6 months. And to everyone, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. It's flown by.
Love to you all. Now we'll try and do this properly, Sinead. We'll try and do this proper. We'll try and get it good.
Right. Okay. Hold on.
Ready? Let's go. We'd like to say a thank you to Richard Jones, talking about most haunted Derek Accor's ghost towns, and Jack the Ripper.
We'd like to share our appreciation to Michelle Conley from Back in Time Paranormal Investigators, talking about the old and new ways of paranormal investigating, Loftus Hall and fake evidence.
It was a pleasure to have Phil Wyman and Dale Dickinson from Are You Haunted discussing compelling evidence, Thorn House and human senses.
We had Paranormal Supernatural Investigators Ireland, Richard Morrison and Anthony Douglas on the show, talking about Strongford Castle, Woodlawn House and Castle Ellen House.
Great thank you to Jay Beavers, now Valkyrie Paranormal, who chatted with us about equipment, abilities that benefit, types of investigations, and Muzzagee Hell House.
And we had Woody G. Watts from Hill City Paranormal expressing his knowledge on aliens, Sasquatch, and his book Tales from the Beyond.
We were honoured to have Erica Garman on the show, reading from her books Ghosts, Demons and Dolls, Angels, Ghosts and Demons, Possessions, Ghosts and Guardian Angels.
And it was brilliant to have the Howley Files, Melissa Williams and Chris Howley on the show talking about angels, Woodchester House and demons.
We had the amazing Donny Smith, admin for the rock band The Who, talking about music, Christopher Lee and experiences at historic locations.
And we were thrilled to have Hugh James and Elaine Moore-Floyd from County Antrim Paranormal Research Association speaking about the Hellfire Club, the Greenway Railway and secret locations.
We were delighted to have Gary Waters from Ghost Searchers Ireland chatting about preparations for Investigator, Can't Do House and Poltergeist. We'd like to thank Jenny, Anne, Mary, also Rosemary, Sarah and the Seekers of the Afterlife. And to you, everyone else out there, have a happy Halloween. We're signing off.
And to Anthony as well. Big up to Anthony.
We're all signing off. Thank you to you all. Thank you to all of you that have watched this year. And we hope to return next April. So for now, we won't see you next time. We'll see you in the near distance.
Hello and welcome to King John's Castle, situated in the heart of Limerick City. My name is Anthony Kerrigan. I'm a member of a paranormal psychical study group established in 2009, dedicated in the field of the phenomena without scientific explanation. Back in January of this year, we proposed an investigation to decide and set up a number of equipment and experiments to determine contact with the other world. Our aim wasn't to find if the location was haunted, we already knew it was, but to test if the human psyche, our minds, could forward into another realm, not just for us, nonetheless, for the spirits too. No one is immortal, or is unconscious, aware of the dimensions. It is believed that the Halloween tradition dates back to pagan times, a festival otherwise known as Samhain, a celebration for a harvest before the harsh winter ahead. The tradition of Halloween dates back to the 16th century, when people used to go from door to door reciting verses and singing songs for the exchange of food. This is how guising or mumming, dressed up in costume or disguises became popular. One piece of folklore passed on to generations is to leave an extra plate and spoon out on the table as an offering of hospitality to an ancestor. So what does Halloween entail for us at these present times? We all up for that scare. The movie theatres are now closed, So where are the other options? As humans, we explore, and trying to find the rationale behind death becomes more apparent. Like centuries past, we face uncertainty on how to live our lives. The clocks have gone back, darkness is at the forefront, time slows down, and our senses become more alert. The Vikings were the first to build a stronghold in 922 where the present castle stands today. The Viking sea king Thormod Helgason used it as a base to launch longships up the river Shannon. In 1195, the Anglo-Normans took control of the area under John, Lord of Ireland. King John, as he would later be known, ordered the construction of the castle in 1200. By 1210, it had been completed. Limerick flourished as a trading port, with the castle monitoring cargo passing through the estuary. The city became divided. King's Arn was known as English Town, whilst the settlement on the south bank was known as Irish Town. The castle has overseen 5 sieges, most notably the first one, the Siege of Limerick of 1642. On the evening of the investigation, we inspected 5 areas of interest: the courtyard, the second floor of the gatehouse, including the wall walk and soldiers' quarters, the eastern undercroft, and the mint room in the northwest tower. We'll discuss 3 areas of importance: the experiments, equipment used, the spirit synopsis, and historic value to the study. The undercroft, originally part of the eastern curtain wall, was weakened by mines in the Siege of Limerick of 1642. This is the area where we use night vision and basic video cameras. The night vision camera uses near-infrared, NIR, or shortwave infrared band, SWIR, just below the human eye spectrum in illuminating a particular area. Living sources produce heat, which makes the infrared radiation denser. The difference in temperature to the environment you're in can easily be identified. We also use the acoustic camera. This device puts sound into vision. It is essential in recognizing noise and vibration inconsistencies within a particular space, area, or room. Similar to a thermal imaging camera that puts heat into a picture, this puts sound into picture. It has a simple purpose of distinguishing between spirit sound occurrences and the usual domestic noise pollution we find in our daily lives.
Did a mass execution of Protestant soldiers occur here after the siege of Limerick by the Irish Rebellion? In history, there is no documented evidence of King John visiting this castle, although he visited Ireland around the same time of this castle's construction. So is anyone here aware of King John visiting this location when this castle was built?
The word time was expressed on the camera during a calling out vigil when a team member was asking in reference to calling out. This intelligent response was alleged to have come from the spirit named the Guard. About
30 seconds in between each question. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you just and then
30
get
to
ready
60
to
seconds.
record.
More look at these questions.
We brought in the talking board, otherwise known as the Ouija board, to seek more knowledge on this individual.
This type of board came to prominence in the 1800s with the advent of the Spiritualist movement, adopted during the American Civil War and open Victorian society in Britain. The numbers 0 to 9, that is A to Z, goodbye, hello, yes and no, are normally printed on them.
The guard presented himself as a type of warder or protector. He came across as benevolent, yet he suffered in lead up to his death. Only 24 years old, he died presumably in the early stages of the Siege of Limerick of 1642. We deployed the identity test, a piece of software used by law enforcement agencies worldwide in criminal investigations. It can prove vital in bringing criminals to justice and also helps children in developing their observation skills. It can be used in the paranormal field too. By utilizing the talking board over the various facial features such as hair, nose and smile lines and so on, we anticipated to gain a comprehensive image of a soul named the Guard. Already showing signs of malnutrition, sunken eyes and haggard, he was either involved or succumbed to the mining or countermining of the siege, describing it as the root of fire. He is known to talk in a masculine manner and is known to watch the fires. This particular wall was destroyed by mines in the Siege of Limerick of 1642. King John's Castle was subject to countless mines by the Irish Catholics from the outside, who burnt wooden props to set them off. There was also countermining by the English Protestants from the inside in a struggle to thwart the attack.
In the book, The Anatomy of a Siege, King John's Castle, Limerick, 1642, written by Kenneth Wiggins, describes that those inside the castle were already weeks without food, even before the siege started. People were already suffering from lack of provisions and disease.
On the 27th of May, 1642, a successful attempt was made by two boys from the castle to burn the north side of Torment Street, where the sounds of Irish workmen were heard. They were preparing the mines for the assault on the castle. The following night, another attempt was made to torch the houses in the eastern side of the castle on High Street. 3 houses went ablaze, but the plan failed and the houses stayed intact. A sally port, a small entry and exit point, would have been on the eastern side of the castle. A sally is a military maneuver used during a siege to harass vulnerable attackers before retreating back to their defences. The guard may have done all that he could and may have been one out of possible 300 that died in the 4-week siege within its walls.
The courtyard. Another experiment we did in the courtyard was the distance measurement board. A compass was placed at the centre of the board to verify the correct bearings with the surroundings you are in. The board features compass points and measurement of meters. We employed a planchette as a divination tool in a way of seeking knowledge through supernatural means to where the most active spot in the courtyard was.
This was the spot at a distance of 7 meters inside the gatehouse door passage of the courtyard. Our conclusion is that it gives the visitor a sense of anxiety. This would have been a dangerous position to be in when the gate doors were open, vulnerable to attack, yet a necessity to inspect troops, provisions, and so on. This also links in with the trapping pit and burial pit as the safest place to bury bodies in the Siege of Limerick of 1642. It is also the spot where a ringwork castle once stood, predating the current structure of King John's Castle.
The Black Lady is said to haunt the northeast tower. She has been seen on summer evenings at dusk wandering around the apartments.
She's described as beautiful, with golden blonde hair and wearing flowing garments. The Bishop's Lady is said to visit the adjoining Torment Bridge and is said to appear and push unsuspected travellers over the bridge into the cold, murky depths of the River Shannon.
Meters away, north-northwest. Just how far down they are.
Just back to exactly here. So this exact spot.
The soldiers' quarters. Same as the courtyard, we use night vision cameras and basic video cameras to monitor the experiments. We use the Ouija talking board to gather information with a broad range of questioning.
We made contact with a curious, cautious, and relatively confident character named Monty Biggs, aka the soldier, who lived during the Cornwallian era.
He enlightened us with information, yet in a stern manner. He referred to himself as being tall and held no fear. He makes himself known to people on our realm by using the doors and might be known to whistle. Monty acknowledged another spirit, the locksman, as his master.
The locksman, a shrewd and wary entity who keeps an eye on people whilst being in the background, whose duty is to take care of locks and keys in the castle, who is otherwise known as a turnkey.
Credited to roaming the rooms of the gatehouse and reputed to be seen appearing as a shadow on the wall walk and battlements, keeping a watchful eye over the city. A man high up in the ranks of authority, he holds Monty as his servant.
Can you give us your name, please?
M-O-N-T-Y. Monty. Thank you, Monty. Surname? Can you tell us your surname? B. I.
Whoa. Oh my God. Might have been the wind, but yeah.
B. I.
That's me banging. Yeah, hold on.
G. S. Monty Biggs, thank you.
Monty Biggs.
There seemed to be a Cornwallian settlement in Limerick City after the siege of Limerick of 1651, the Cornwallian conquest of Ireland.
The date we discovered Monty Biggs was circa 1658. A coin dating back to that same year was found in excavations at the castle. It was also the same year Oliver Cromwell died.
From that same article in the 1960s detailed a tall, brawny man known as a soldier, wearing a headdress and a metal breastplate. His face denoted a tense attitude.
He was seen by the gatehouse of the castle. In this same area of the building we made contact.
The spirit of Monty stated using the doors as the best method of making themselves be known.
In that same article from the 1960s, a description of doors being banged Recent accounts made by witnesses at the castle have also reported the same activity.
Recently, a figure has been seen at the top of the tower, described as a shadow. This may be attributed to the locksmith.
If you won't come forward, can you tell us his name?
Do you hear that?
No.
Hear that? Heard that, yeah.
So like a watchman, is there a watchman here looking down on the city still? Watching over the tower, looking over the rooms, walking through the rooms, making sure everything's okay. Are you still here? Is there anybody like that here? Okay, I heard a noise. It's like a squeak.
We hope you found our research intriguing, and if you'd like to follow us up on our journeys, feel free to check out our website www.GhostÉire.net. So if you'd like to visit King John's Castle, just remember the history isn't just in the past, you can encounter it too. I won't see you next time. I'll see you in the near distance.